This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
For over 16 years, EJDConstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDConstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDConstruction.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
Statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O. When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Hello. Howdy, howdy. Hope all is well out there in the beautiful world of sports. Good morning, one and all. I'm sure we're going to have the folks that are going to say, hey, oh, you're early. What are you doing? I'm early, and I got a new hat. I added a new hat to the collection. Yesterday, I went by Caneswear. And, dude, Caneswear has, they have everything, right? They have so many different things. But they have all these, they got hats for everybody, right? And they got all these hats, really cool hats. And I saw this one yesterday. And I said, and they got a lot of stuff at Caneswear, 2511 South University Drive. And by the way, for those of you that, if you don't live in South Florida, you don't want to even drive to Davie, you can go online at caneswear.com. But I saw this hat yesterday and I go, I got to get this. I got to buy this. It is freaking awesome. I love the hat. So, yeah, really comfortable, adjustable, and all that in the back. And it's all good, baby. So we rocking. We're getting ready. We got Ira and Kurt coming up at 9 o'clock with the hardcore hour of basketball talk. I am a little pissed off with basketball. I got to say, as a fan, I can't imagine what season ticket holders are going through all around the country. They've got to be pissed with this NBA. last night I ended up going to watch the University of Miami basketball game, and I'm not really a big fan of college basketball that much anymore. And I know Larinaga always does an excellent job, and I'd rather watch Nigel Pack and Isaiah Wong at least. They play every game, actually. In college basketball, they actually play all the games. And just sad to watch what happened, yesterday, where all these players, it's a nationally televised game. They go out. They've got, several Celtic players out. You've got then last minute, you get the Heat, and they, Butler steps out, and this whole thing ends up going viral. And not sure how many of you saw this, but this young man here had a sign.
Please, Jared, we gotta get it.
Dear Jimmy, we flew over 4,405 miles to see you play. And so the kid's told that he can't play. And listen, to the Heat's credit, they saw it was a PR nightmare, and they gave the kid a signed basketball and a jersey, so the kid went away happy with that, but it's complete bullshit. It's just complete horse shit what the NBA is doing, what they are, what they represent, how much they're ripping off the public now. You're getting preseason basketball at regular season prices for those of you that have to pay to go. And those of us that watch, it just wasn't worth it. I just waited to the highlights, and they put a highlight package after, and I watched the 11 minutes of highlights or whatever, and that's it. And I'm done. I didn't have to watch the game. Why am I gonna watch a game that's meaningless? It really is. And it's the worst part about this basketball now? We don't know who's who and what's what. We don't know how good somebody is or how bad they're going to be. Why? Because they don't play together anymore. And look at that. You can't travel for a sporting event you cannot travel for the NBA anymore. If you're a fan and you bought tickets for a road game, that's not a very smart move. You're kind of setting yourself up for failure. I mean, look at Zion Williamson. He's out another 2 weeks, and he's got an injury. But he's always got an injury. It's just one of those deals where, man, God bless, dude. It's that game yesterday. It's just like Jimmy Butler too, and it's and we all thought, hey, nationally televised game. The NBA has been trying to tell teams to play. They don't care, dude. They don't care at all. And I get it. Listen, Jimmy Butler needs the rest so you can have the best Jimmy Butler possible at the end of the year. But let me ask you, how does it help that Kyle Lowry plays 29 minutes, scores 2 points, 8 assists, and 5 rebounds? Way to go, Kyle Lowry. That's fantastic. I'm stealing that, by the way, from a friend of mine who calls him Kyle Lowry. So I kind of like that because it was a lousy signing. He plays lousy practically every night. Everything about the situation around him has been lousy, has done nothing for the team, which is lousy. So, yeah, I'll go with that. I'll go with Kyle Lowry. So we've got that. The Heat defeat the Celtics 98-95. So they're 5 games above 500. Big deal, whatever. I will say Bam Adebayo, impressive, Bam. You continue to impose your offensive will. But it's just that scene with the kid was just perfect. Perfect, and it's a great way to magnify the garbage that the NBA is dealing out every single night now and ripping the fan off that attends. Every fan that attends is never getting their money's worth anymore. Seriously, and I know it's I don't want to make it sound like, oh my God, ban the NBA or whatever. It's not that. It's just we got to call it like we see it. And it's disgusting. It's disrespectful. You're slapping people in the face that are giving you their hard-earned money because you're not giving them a great product. The game last night was not a great product. It was a shitty product. They just won a shitty game. That's all it was. There was nothing to be happy about with that game. What, that you got a victory and you got another game over 500 and you're climbing a little bit in the standings or whatever? Big deal, dude. You know, none of it means anything right now until we get to the damn, you know, playoffs. And then maybe we'll find out what the hell you guys are. But wow, it's really, really bad, man. Anyway, Brian Walter, good morning. I see Jay Gelfin in, John Padilla, GP Trap. It says gut check game for the Heat last night. Kudos to Hayward Highsmith. Oh, there was no, there was no gut check last night. Too many people missing, Jay. Last night's game was a preseason game more than anything else. Alex Palenzuela, Florida boy. We have 2 DCs coming in for interviews today. It's going to be a great day. I can feel it. I don't know. We'll see. It's only a great day if they can actually keep Fangio here. If Fangio, is waiting for Sean Payton, Dolphins are screwed. So we'll see. Maybe that report that came out yesterday that Benjamin Albright reported that there isn't the kind of interest in Sean Payton or at least to meet his demands. And if that's the case, okay, then maybe you can get Fangio. Maybe he goes back to TV this year and waits another year. Who knows? I'm not sure. You know what I'm saying? But I think that's our only hope. That's the only hope for the Miami Dolphins, I think, and for this coaching staff, is that the Sean Payton thing is drying out. And then Fangio then has to decide the teams that are interested, including Miami. We'll see. I mean, listen, if the McDaniel-Fangio relationship is actually something real, then we're going to find out, man. We're going to find out. All right, we get ready for a little hardcore Miami Heat and NBA talk now for the next hour. Let's bring aboard Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. And yes, good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Last night, I thought the poster child for the NBA was literally a child who came out with a big old billboard. Hey, Jimmy Butler, I traveled 4,400 miles to come see you. And can I at least take a picture? And Jimmy Butler then they told him, hey, Jimmy Butler's not playing. Kid's disappointed. The PR done well by the Heat. They make up for it. They give him a signed basketball and a jersey. But hey, listen, it's complete horse shit. Let's just call it like what it is. Okay. It's not a Heat problem. It's an NBA problem. Okay. Last night I said, screw the game. I went and watched, weak ass college basketball, which I'm not a real fan that much anymore of college basketball. When you live the 80s and the 90s, this shit ain't nothing. You know what I'm saying? So I'm really not impressed with college basketball, but I'd rather go watch Nigel Pack and the boys because they actually play the game every single night. And to me, we're in a real pathetic part for the NBA. They better do something and do something quick. I know season ticket holders that are not renewing. I know season ticket holders that they've been sent the 3-year renewal and they told them no. And then they've been given the 1-year renewal and they've turned that down to going into next year. Okay, so things are happening behind the scenes in Miami. I don't know how it is in other arenas and other NBA teams, but this is a major problem. You are providing preseason action during the entire regular season nowadays. It's a joke.
Well, first of all, we have to set some standards here. It turns out Jimmy Butler was very ill before the game last night. I think we'll hear about testing and how he's feeling in coming days. So there also are absences in real life. There are flus, there was RSV, there are things like that.
But he's taken a crap ton of games off this year. And listen, I get it. They need a fresh Butler for the playoffs because he has to help carry the team along with Bam. So I get what they're trying to do. But in the end, too many guys take too many days off all over the league.
And you're 1,000%, and you're 1,000% right. But when you have an older roster, you're talking Big O about South Florida fans in Miami-Dade Arena, whatever we're going to call it. When you are a team built around an older roster with a 36-year-old point guard, a 33-year-old all-star forward, a couple of 30-year-old backups, it's more expected. You know what you're getting. It's more caveat emptor. All of that said, you were 1,000% spot on. I know Kurt's addressed it before. We've talked about it on our redrecover.com Inside the Paint show. The NBA is like no other league when it comes to this. I mean, even in the NHL, guys go out. We saw with Sam Bennett the other day. Went out, seemingly broke his leg in the first period, was back out against the Rangers in the second period. Here's the difference. When you have a carrot of 20 of 30 teams make the playoffs, there's no desperation. Big O, you know this. In college football, you lose one game, your season might be over. In the NFL, you lose 2 or 3 bad early games, you're playing in chase mode the entire season unless you're in the Jaguars division. But in the NBA, they just keep diluting it with the playoffs, so there is no desperation. So a team knows we get off to a bad start, we can finish. We get off to a good start, we can coast to the end. 20 of 30 teams in the NBA play beyond the end of the season. Almost everyone gets in unless they're trying not to get in. So yes, I agree it's a total issue. I agree the players don't go all out. I agree the fans absolutely get screwed. But I also think we have more than reached the caveat emptor portion of the fan equation. This didn't just start yesterday, this month, this season. It's been, look, you know what, David Stern, it started with him when he was commissioner. It continued with Adam Silver, Greg Popovich.
It started with Greg Popovich, that son of a bitch.
Arguably
That's
greatest
the guy,
coach
okay?
in NBA
It was
history.
It was Divac that brought flopping, and it was Popovich that brought load management.
And you know what? And he won championships with it, and he gets to the Basketball Hall of Fame with it. So there's something to be said about the entire system being off, just not the Heat and just not one game.
But you're right. Look, as a fan, I don't want to sit there and go, hey, I'm going to come see Jimmy Butler play. Let me check. Are they on a back-to-back? Is this the second night of a road game? Like, who am I going to see? I shouldn't have to do that with my schedule.
Nope. It's ridiculous.
And
All
I
right,
also think once the Celtics came in with injured players, the Heat said, okay, let's do a quantitative analysis. Who do we need to win the game? Who can we reserve? Because we got a road trip coming up next week. It's all wrong. Kurt and I will go into great detail with this on our redrecover.com Inside the Paint show. Talk about All-Stars. Talk about the Heat of season best 5 games over. There's still good stuff also, Big O.
50% off the wraps. That's the best stuff. Not that you know what? Maybe these NBA players should use some Red Recover wraps. That way they'll actually play these games.
Look at our buddy Hayden Hurst. Yeah,
that's
exactly.
Right. That's right. Kicking that ass and still alive in the playoffs. Go to redrecover.com. Get a wrap for any part of your body. Red light therapy. Man, it's all natural. There are no side effects. 50% off all pads. Take advantage. Redrecover.com. And the Inside the Paint show is next.
Red Recover now offers a simple-to-use, professional-grade light therapy device designed to help your dog heal and live a healthier life. Red Recover emits red and infrared light therapy based on the same science that NASA developed, all in a soft, flexible housing pad powered by a convenient, rechargeable lithium-ion battery. Say yes to science and give your dog the care it deserves with Red Recover.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. NBA fans, it's time for the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with our medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Use code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. Let's hit the hardwood with some of the best insiders in the NBA. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
And we welcome you in for another one of our weekly RedRecover.com Inside the Paint shows. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun-Sentinel here in Fort Lauderdale. He's Kurt Heelan out in the Los Angeles area from Pro Basketball Talk and NBCSports.com. We're going to have a bunch to talk about in today's show. A lot going on. Again, if you missed any segment, they're all on the Big O Show podcast. You can catch them down the road. We're going to talk about load management. We talked about it with the Crosstalk with Big O. We're going to talk about All-Stars, starters being named tomorrow, reserves a week from tomorrow. We talk about the Heat being a season best 5 games over 500, where the East stands. Don't know really where to start, but I want to sort of touch on everything early, Kurt, and then we'll sort of cycle back to the talking points of the day. Last night, Bam Adebayo, 30 points, I believe it was 15 rebounds, winning basket with 20.4 seconds left to play. No, he won't be an all-star starter. That's a popularity contest, 50% voted on by the fans. Giannis is a bigger name. Durant's a bigger name. Tatum is a bigger name. Embiid's a bigger name. I get all of that. So let's get people ready for next week, Kurt, when the conference coaches vote for all-star reserve. Is there any chance in hell that Bam Adebayo is not an NBA all-star this season?
Yes, unfortunately, yes.
Really?
Just because when I started doing the numbers here, we've talked about this for weeks. I'm like, all right, there's 4 of at least 6, probably 7 front court players in the East. 4. When we get to the 5th one from, you know who's got to be on this list, and we kept leaving him off? And this is going to drive Big O nuts when I say this. Jimmy Butler's got the stats. Jimmy Butler's got the numbers and the name, and he probably makes it. And then it ultimately comes down to, you've got a DeRozan, you've got Adebayo, you've got a couple of guys that are really fighting for those last
Randall, Miles
Julius
Turner,
Randall,
Pascal Siakam. You know, I'm actually
I
writing.
think Siakam's probably in. So yeah, I think Siakam's probably in. When I ran this exercise the other day and I put Butler and Siakam in after the top 4, I put Bam in over DeRozan, but like that suddenly became the debate.
Over Miles Turner also?
Yeah, Indiana sucks.
Well, it's just a matter of timing. The Heat could not time this any better with where they are in the standings right now, Kurt Heelan, because obviously coaches look at winning and everything. To fill people in, the all-star starters, there have to be 3 front court players not delineated by center and 2 backcourt players. The vote, 50% from fan vote, 25% from media vote, 25% from player vote. No one takes this very responsibly, unfortunately. The fans vote for their favorite players, which they should. It's a fan contest. The writers, I know plenty of people like it's frazzled because you're also working a full shift trying to go through and crunch these numbers. Yeah. The writers probably do the best job. There will be a full delineation given out by the NBA tomorrow. And the player vote, you will see Hayward Highsmith get votes as goofs from players who are guys who share the same agents who grew up with someone. You will see names on the players vote released tomorrow. Guys with 2, 3, 4 votes at the very bottom. And you'll be going like, is anyone taking this seriously? So that's going to determine 3 front court starters. Like we said, because of all that's going on, Bam will make that, even with Durant missing as much time as you will have by the time the All-Star game is played February 19th in Utah. Then the conference coaches will get the list of here's the starters. They will be charged with picking 3 reserve front court players, 2 reserve backcourt players in each conference, and then 2 wild cards, any position. Again, center is not delineated from forward. Most coaches take this somewhat seriously. Just about every coach I've talked to about this basically sits down with his staff and they all sort of go through the exercise together. Some coaches, I'm sure Kurt has heard this over the years, give the ballot, hopefully just to an assistant coach, but sometimes to a PR guy or someone like that also.
Let's put it this way. There's plenty of teams where it's not a coach on the front of the bench doing it. It is one of the backbench coaches.
It's other guys get involved. You know, we've all heard stories. And coaches just have plenty on their plate. They're in the middle of their season. They get all that. The way it's structured right now, with the East backcourt not being overwhelming, where you're saying, okay, there have to be more guys like that. I would assume Kyrie and Donovan Mitchell are the starters in the East based on popularity, based on their contributions, based on where their teams stand. Then you get to the questions of what about the great teams? Does Jaylen Brown get in because of the Celtics being at the top of the conference? Drew Holiday, because he's carried the Bucks this season and what he's done. Certainly James Harden will get in because of his scoring and the fact that he's James Harden. So you have the top teams in the East right there, counting Kyrie from the Nets. Cleveland, you can make a case, I guess a guy we left out is Jared Allen because he really is the anchor of that defense also. Although I think Darius Garland as the second guard from Cleveland, probably has the stronger resume to this point. I think you'd agree with that, Kurt?
I do. Yeah, I don't think this is Jalen Allen missed some time and actually probably helped his Defensive Player of the Year case because they came apart without him.
Like,
but I don't think he's an all-star this year.
And here's my point to this. If coaches really are doing the voting, if coaches tell us what they say matters more than anything, Bam Adebayo does all of that. He is selfless on offense and passes the ball. He works his butt off, probably puts more of his overall energy on his defense than his offense. So I think if coaches vote from their heart and from what they tell us you should be, to me, it's a no-brainer that Bam gets in that way. The Jimmy Butler thing is different. And this is interesting because this dovetails with what we were talking about with Big O and what we'll talk about later in the show, maybe even in this segment. He's not always there all the time.
No.
And while this case was an illness last night, there are other times where the knee is sore. It's a back-to-back that he pre-announced his back-to-back absences this season. Kurt, how much should absences count in all-star balloting? Should there be a definitive cutoff? And how can there be a cutoff when you vote for the reserves? When fans vote for starters, Kyrie missed a lot of time with his differences and his hurtful comments he made earlier in the season. Kevin Durant will miss maybe 6 weeks and just come back just for the All-Star game. So is it fair that in the starting voting, games missed doesn't count, but in the reserve voting it should? Where does Kurt Heelan, basketball expert, stand on this?
It's funny. I actually wrote about this because I am one of those guys with a vote, and spent this season spent too much time thinking about it, primarily because of the issue out west, where that third look, Jokic starts, LeBron starts.
Mm-hmm.
You get to that third spot, and you're like, it should be Anthony Davis or Zion. They've been the best, but Davis comes back tonight, but they have missed considerable time. Or do you put Domantas Sabonis in, whose numbers aren't quite as good, but shows up every night for his team? Like, that debate is interesting. And I said you kind of got to – I said, but it's a fan exhibition. At the end of the day, for starters, I said about 60%, and to make the team about 50% of the games, because this isn't an end-of-season award. I feel differently about MVP or something like that. But middle of the season, man, I like watching Jimmy Butler play. If Jimmy Butler's been there for half the games, get him out on the court. But it'll be interesting to see how the coaches feel about that, because I'm with you. It's an advantage for Bam Adebayo that the coaches vote, because as much as DeRozan puts up numbers, and I don't want to knock, but DeRozan's played great, Bam's a better all-around player. You would rather have Bam on your team.
And you'd rather have winning players from teams that have winning records to show that winning still matters. So I think that matters also. Want to touch on an ancillary issue here, and we will get into Heat. I see the chat boards blowing up about people who want their refunds, and I get all of that. Kurt, the way they announced last night is they were literally like a pickup game. Pick guys on the court before the start of the game. I mean, I've been there. I'm sure you have it sometime also, being that last guy. But it's like between two guys, and you're sort of saying, pick me, please. I don't want to be the last guy. I get that. And that just shows what the game isn't, a game. Number one, excuse me, they're going to have a practice on Saturday with guys not even knowing what team they are. I don't know how. I'm very curious, Kurt, how the NBA handles All-Star game practice.
East-West? Yeah, I guess East-West. I'm curious as well.
Right. And which coach coaches them, because you don't know which players you're coaching. Two, if ever there was a game, and you know this, Kurt, you've heard this before, coaches don't want to coach the All-Star game. They want their 3-day break. They want a Cancun with the players like everyone else. The NBA has been good. There's now a full 3 or 4 day break after, so you do get your vacation. But coaches don't want to be there. They might want to be named. They might want to get their staffs there. They don't want to be there. Well, how are they going to coach? They're not going to put in plays. It's literally going to be schoolyard. They're going to draw plays at the end of the game if they have to. It's all last minute. I like the idea, but it removes any pretense of a competitive game, of anything resembling basketball. I mean, we've seen this year the NFL's going to flag football. The NHL's gone to 3-on-3 and 4 different teams. I almost wonder if the NBA is trending there. I like that at least there's an honesty that this is not a game. This is not a sporting event. This is a CNBC. And a matter of fact, one of the most dramatic parts of the All-Star game is the player introductions. I wonder how they do that. I guess they just say from the West and from the East, and the starters and the non-starters. But I think that's going to be awfully, interesting also. they've created something interesting, but they've sort of opened up, I don't want to say a Pandora's box because no one cares, but it becomes more interesting. But I want to go back to the salient points that I was trying to get to here. What Bam Adebayo did last night, agreed, against a shorthanded Celtics team, didn't have the defense of Al Horford or the full Celtics. Where on your continuum, Kurt Heelan, of star versus superstar, of all NBA, where I assume Jokic, if they do have centers in all NBA, I don't know why.
Yes.
Jokic will be first team all NBA based on him probably being MVP. Embiid probably will be second team based on how he pushes Jokic as the best center in the league, which leaves one more spot. Is Bam there? Is Bam, when you have the kind of year Sabonis is having, when you have the kind of year some of the other prominent big men are having, is Bam Adebayo star? Is Bam Adebayo superstar? Or do we all need to sort of step back a little and go, in this league, you've got to do it for more than just a single half of the season?
Yeah, and I think that third spot, look, early on, it would have been Davis kind of running away with it. Anthony Davis was brilliant, but now he's missed the last 20 games. That's going to factor in at the end of the season. Bam's in there. I don't think he's in front of Sabonis, though, because of the winning. I mean, there's finally winning going on in Miami. Hopefully we'll get to that as well. But the Kings are a feel-good story, and Sabonis is in the middle of it, putting up, I mean, guy puts up numbers. He defends like a traffic cone, but he puts up numbers every night. And there's going to be a sense, I think, from a lot of people that they want to reward the Kings somehow with Fox or Sabonis. So I would guess right now he'd probably be the front runner for third, and Bam would be in the mix with, like you said, Turner, and I'm probably forgetting some others off the top of my head.
No, I'd agree with that. I think Bam has reached the next level with another level to reach. It's weird.
I think
because if you would tell me that a guy shooting mid-range jumpers is a good thing, every analytic points against that. But when you make your mid-range jumpers or lane jumpers from the dotted line is such a high percentage that all of a sudden it's a money shot. He has his go-to shot. It might not be what coaches want, but it's what he does best. So I think he's made that move into that type of elite player. Matter of fact, the fact that we're debating Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo both as all-stars, I think also shows how, I don't know if I'll go negative here, but how poorly the Heat's complementary players have been playing. That if you have two guys at the top of their game, granted Jimmy's missed time, Tyler's played well, but I think it really shows how the Heat's complementary players largely have fallen off the face of the earth, where the high point mark so far this season is only 5 games above 500. So I think that's interesting. We're getting swamped on the chat board, so I'm going to sort of make an executive decision here. Last week, I went light on it. It wasn't right. I know we'll be going all over the place. So again, you got to listen to all 3 segments of our redrecovery.com Inside the Paint, because we will be moving all over the place, but I want to let people chime in. Please go to our chat board on YouTube. Let us know what you're thinking. We'll be glad to go from there. First of all, Kurt's getting congratulated for being awake this early, West Coast. And some people are saying, I'm still half asleep, so good for you. So like to hear that.
Green tea is my friend, man. Green tea. Green tea is your friend.
Look at you. There's a guy who's getting going and all that. So let me see where he can. Alex chimes in here, and he wants to know, do you think the Heat are finally moving to their youth movement with Bam and Tyler? And while I like that, I know who Pat Riley is, and I think as long as Pat Riley, a 77-year-old patriarch of the Heat, is here, he will still look to older players. Kurt, from the outside, when you look at the Heat, do you say, there's a team of the future with Bam and Tyler, or do you say, there's a team of the present with Jimmy and Kyle?
They're straddling that line right now, but I think this little run seems to have been a little more team of the future to me. Like, I mean, by the way, Kyle had a really nice game the other night. Like, I think ultimately if they're going to make a playoff run, it's a melding this year, but they seem to be leaning. Bam's putting up 30. Tyler couldn't throw a pea in the ocean for the first
until that late
quarters, most of that game.
The first everything. Yeah.
Yeah. But he's had his good nights and his playmaking skills. I just think that I think that that's a good call, that they're leaning more into that, at least during the regular season. I'm just thinking the postseason, Jimmy's ability to get to his spots and make those shots.
Totally agree.
You have to have him. Yeah.
Jay chimes in here. Jay Gelfand chimes in. Gut check game for the win. Kudos to Hayward Highsmith on his best game yet. Kurt, doesn't that make the game kind of fun when you see a guy you don't know have a moment like that? Again, we don't want load management. You'd rather the stars be in there. I am sure if Jimmy Butler played, that Hayward Highsmith wouldn't have played. But what's it like nationally when people don't know who someone is? I know you followed him to a degree, but what's it like for you, just the neutral viewer, when you see a guy have a moment like that?
I think fans kind of like it. I'm a little different because, I do this for a living. Like, I follow these guys, but also Highsmith's the kind of guy, and there's these players, you see them at Summer League and you don't see much of their development sometimes during the season. Then they pop up and you're like, hey, look, it's fun. And I think for a lot of fans, it's fun to see. And I think for Heat fans in particular, we've been kind of waiting on Highsmith. Where has he been? Where has he been? What's he been doing? I think in Miami, it's been a great story. And I think that energy in the arena around that translates.
We saw yesterday because some kid came from Argentina, couldn't get to see Jimmy Butler, had a sign, they traveled all these miles. You got to admit, Kurt, I don't know if they showed this on the national broadcast or whatever, but I thought the Heat reacted beautifully to that. They gave him a jersey, they gave him a signed basketball. I think the one thing you see in the NBA is the players might appreciate load management, the coaches do, but I think, Kurt, you would agree, the front office, the executive types, those who sell tickets, they do cringe at those moments also. There's this fine line of basketball. There's this side that's basketball ops. They just want to win. But there's this side that's business side, and they realize, I think you would agree, the business side realize it's a bad look.
And I think that's where ultimately, and the problem is this, I think ultimately, I think the owners are starting to recognize and getting through to most of your front. Pat Riley straddles that world, right? Yeah, he's basketball ops, but he's got his foot in the business side a little bit. I think they realize the problem. I don't know what the solution is. I mean, we could have a whole other segment about cutting games or doing this. If you get 70 Kerr, Steve, we talked about this last week. You put it to Steve Kerr, 72 games. Guys are still going to skip games. It's still going to be so about playoffs. It's going to be so about winning.
I could not agree more. And we will get into this more on the other side of this break on redrecover.com Inside the Paint. We have a ton of things on the chat board. Matter of fact, we're going to go right back to the chat board after this break. I want to get there. Greater Good has some thoughts on Kyle Lowry that include the phrase commits felony. So we will get to that. And we'll also talk about load management. We'll talk about the Heat being 5 over 500. We'll talk about the upcoming schedule because, hey, it's basketball season. Enough with the NFL, at least down here in South Florida. All of that and more after this break on redrecover.com Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code BIG-O to get a 10% discount.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines. If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Hey guys, this is Hayden Hurst, NFL tight end. I'm partnering today with Red Recover. We're going to run you guys through some drills. I started using Red Recover last year, my 4th year in the NFL. It just helps me on Mondays after games, get my recovery process started, get back into the fold of the week, and get ready for the following Sunday. If you want to recover like me, use Red Recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code BIG O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
And we're back for our second of 3 segments this week on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel here in Fort Lauderdale. He's Kurt Heelan from Pro Basketball Talk and NBCSports.com out in the Los Angeles area. If you missed our first segment, we talked about Bam Adebayo's candidacy. Probably is an all-star reserve to make the all-star game. You can download that segment on anywhere where the Big O Show podcasts are. You can always join us on our YouTube chat board, which I will get back to momentarily. We're going to talk about NBA load management. We're going to talk about where the Heat stand. But this is also your show. So feel free to grab us on the YouTube chat board. We'll even mention your name if you want. Want to go back here right away. I mentioned this to you, Kurt Heelan, before the break. Greater Good says, and again, this is a fan perspective. So I want to get a little bit more professional perspective from someone like you who's had 6 decades in this game. Kyle Lowry commits felony theft every time he cashes his check. Greater Good says, Kyle Lowry commits felony theft every time he cashes his check. Look, I don't think Kyle Lowry's not playing hard. I know that Kyle Lowry cares because it's his name and because you get comments like this. Kurt, from what you saw from Kyle Lowry in the championship season 2019 in Toronto, from what you thought that he might have been getting on a 3-year, $85 million contract when he signed in the 2021 offseason, are you surprised we're seeing this Kyle Lowry? Or, as NBA followers, someone like you, you're saying to yourself, he's also 36 years old. This is sort of what you get. So, Kyle Lowry, a disappointment, or Kyle Lowry, maybe this should have been the expectation?
It's happened faster than I thought it would. I kind of, when he signed that 3-year deal, I'm like, yeah, they're going to regret the last year of that. Like, this is that.
But this is the second to last year of that.
Yeah, it's the thing. I thought that the first year, which ended up, he was up and down, but like this year, I thought you'd still get more Kyle. I thought his game would age more Chris Paul-like in the sense that he's not a game. He's got some athleticism, and I think sometimes we forget how athletic Chris Paul was back in the day. But like their games, because it's a high IQ game, should age pretty well, and it's struggled this year. He struggled this year, and it's just come faster than I thought.
Yeah, he's played poorly. I know the knee is an issue. He's taken extensive treatment there. As a matter of fact, for all the people who mention these Kyle Lowry trade rumors, I'm not so sure if someone gets his medicals, they're not moving in another direction. But this is interesting. I tend to stay away from the rumor market, but it tends to take on a life of its own. Kurt knows that. You have to address stuff. So I'm going to ask you this, Kurt, because you do go to a bunch of Clippers games. You're out there at the crypt. You see all this stuff.
Yeah.
There had been a rumor mentioning the Clippers looking for something at point guard, possibly looking at Kyle Lowry. Does that make sense on any level to you? And let me just ask you this. I know it wasn't your rumor. I know you tend to comment on other rumors, not throw stuff out there without actually getting it sourced. But does it make any sense, Kyle Lowry to the Clippers?
Yes, just because they desperately need an upgraded point guard. He is not their first choice, frankly. It's Mike Conley is kind of a better fit. Fred VanVleet is younger and frankly would be a better fit. But Lowry, Reggie Jackson's been bad. Let's just flat out. Reggie Jackson has not played well for them at the point, and they are using Terrence Mann, who, if you corner Ty Lue, will tell you he's a 3.
Yes.
They're using him at the
first thing I was going to say is he's not a point guard. Exactly.
Yeah. But he's playing the point right now.
Has the John Wall thing failed? Again, I know there were people down here. John Wall has spent the last 2 years working out of Miami. He was here in Summer League. So many people were disappointed. Wait a minute. I thought he wanted to be here. Sort of sum up the John Wall experience, if you could.
He's an okay reserve at this point in his career. Like he's not – he's at this point, as much craft as he worked to get into his game, it's not all the explosion anymore. And there's still moments where you're like, man, he's fast with the ball. It's been good to see him back, but he is a competent reserve. He's not what a team that the Clippers consider themselves a team that should be in the contending mix.
Right.
they don't see this. Wall 10, 15 minutes off the bench in the playoffs a game is one thing, but the load he's going to have to take on right now is too much. So they would, in fact, he's available. If they could move him, he's one of those guys with a movable size salary. The Clippers have.
You know what? Let me throw something at you there because we can get this aggregated somewhere else. If the Heat were to trade Kyle Lowry, if the Clippers want to do it, if the Heat took back John Wall, would that give the Heat enough at point guard with Gabe Vincent and John Wall to contend in the Eastern Conference playoffs?
No, I actually think it's a downgrade. As much
people
trouble as Kyle's been, you're not getting more. Wall is not suddenly an upgrade unless you've got a DeLorean with a flux capacitor in the back.
So you don't think would it be passable, Gabe Vincent and John Wall? In other words, is Wall not a huge downgrade from Kyle Lowry? I guess I'd want to phrase it that way.
Not a massive one, but a little one, yeah. A little bit of a downgrade.
And that's interesting there. So again, even like I see the Timberwolves link to Kyle Lowry, but I'm seeing a different Kyle than maybe people are seeing in their they're seeing rose-colored glasses or something like that. It seems to be a little different for me. It is an odd position, but I will tell you that knee is not good. And that knee is having a lot of the type of things that get done to 36-year-old players. And Heat fans know this. It's almost like the Tim Hardaway situation. He was great. At moments, he could be great. But at the end of the Hardaway run, that Charlotte Hornets series, when they just collapsed at the end and they had to play Anthony Carter ahead of him, eventually you reach that expiration date. Again, I want to say on the chat board here, you can join us on our YouTube chat board on redrecover.com inside the paint. Gio brings up a question. The way he phrases this, Kurt, is, I pay the league pass and only watch one game. The new rules are making the games unwatchable for me. Here's the thing, Gio. The new rules were supposed to prevent this. The commissioner said when it comes to national television games, don't sit your players. There will be league action, and it might happen behind the scenes. But, Kurt, I have a real bone to pick with the NBA on what happened last night on a Turner National game, and that is this. If you want the Celtics to play Jaylen Brown and Al Horford and their players, why the hell were they scheduled on the second night of a back-to-back playing Monday in Orlando? Isn't that the exact opposite of what Adam Silver told us was going to happen?
Yeah, and it's what everybody was complaining about, the Warriors not playing all their stars in Cleveland, still losing the game and still winning the game somehow. But it was the same thing. Second night of a road back-to-back. If you're going to put these guys and both teams, frankly, on TNT and showcase them and want them to be there, then you've got to give them at least one, if not two nights off running into this, or this is what you run into. And it's hard to – the other thing teams have gotten really good at, which is what they did before there was DNP rest. At this point in the season, everybody can be sat for an injury. All 445 or whatever
exactly,
it is,
like
NBA
I'm told,
players.
Everyone has some sort of tendinitis somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. You want to sit somebody, there's a medical reason to do it. And so teams have just kind of moved away from rest per se. I mean, they do it occasionally.
Right.
They moved away from that as to, hey, sore back, hamstring tightness, whatever. Pick your injury. They've all got something, and it's easy.
Jake chimes in here. He said the Heat needs wins for playoff positioning. This is sort of similar to what we're talking about with load management and players missing games. Kurt Heelan, how important is seeding really? And the reason I ask you this, Milwaukee went through a recent stretch where I think Giannis could have played, but they played it safe. Last night, Boston, obviously coming off a loss, would like to have won, but they played it safe with not Tatum, with Jaylen Brown. You saw the Heat play it safe to a degree with Jimmy Butler not forcing him into the action. The East is so competitive from the top on down with Boston and Philadelphia and Milwaukee and Cleveland and where all the teams stand there in Brooklyn. How much do you think these teams are prioritizing, number one, seeding and home court versus getting their teams right for the playoffs? Where do you think that push-pull is in the East?
I think it varies a little bit team to team, but I think everybody's like the 6, I don't want to say it's the hard line, but it's absolutely the goal. You don't want to go into the play-in and play a couple extra potentially random games against games you may feel you should win, but it's the beauty of the beauty of the play-in is the beauty of the NCAA tournament, right? Which is any one night, any one game. Hey, we got the Knicks. We can totally beat the Knicks. Oh, shoot. Jalen Brunson just went off.
And that's
never
why
know
you
what
at
you're gonna
least
run
want
into.
the 7 seed. I'll explain to people real quick how the play-in works. Seeds 1 through 6 basically play on a Sunday, get the rest of the week off, start the playoffs the next weekend. Seeds 7 through 10, you have 2 games to open the play-in round. Seeds number 6 host seed number 7 hosts seed number 8. The winner of that game is the number 7 seed. They're done. At the same time or the following night, seeds 9 and 10 play. Whoever loses is out. Then the loser of the 6-7 game gets one more chance against the winner of the 9-10 game for the number 8 seed. So it's not one and done if you get the number 7 or 8 seed. You'll have a road game in there, then possibly a home game, but you get 2 chances. The 9 and 10, you have to win twice. It's 2 win or go home kind of games there. You're a little more pressure. Of course, coaches love to have a whole week to game plan. When you finish with the number, especially the number 3, 4, or 5, 3, 4, 5, or 6 seeds, you know who you're going to play in the first round. So you're done that Sunday. You're game planning for Giannis, for Harden, for Durant, whoever finishes in that 3 or 4 hole against you, you can get going. So I get all of that. You want to avoid the play-in, but if you have to play in the play-in, number 7's not a bad place to be. You're hosting the 7-8 game, and if you lose, you're hosting the 8 against the 9 or 10 game. You get a couple of chances there. Not optimal either. Anyway, that's how the play-in works. I know I'm all over the place today, but I'd rather deal with our listeners than just have to go with an agenda. So going to segue off of that to this. I didn't realize this last night till I got home. I looked at the standings. The Heat are only 2 games behind the Cleveland Cavaliers for the number 5 seed. Little bit of breathing room not to be in that number 6. Kurt Hieland, are you surprised Cleveland's come down to earth? Could you see the Heat passing the Cavaliers?
Passing seems like a lot. Passing seems hard, but they are, Mitchell.
2 games.
It's 2 games. Donovan Mitchell came back last night and then tweaked his, on like the last play, was down there grabbing that hamstring again. If he misses time, they have holes in that lineup. And although Okoro's been suddenly filling one of them lately,
Right.
And filling it up, but I think they're a flawed roster, and to a degree. And I think we've been talking about them. I think in a couple of years, they're going to be a beast, but I think they're still figuring some stuff out and their depth isn't there. It's possible that they keep sliding. We'll see how they handle this as kind of a young team in the dog days of the year, where they might be one of those teams right now. And it's a chance to make up ground. There are a lot of teams right now looking at their watch going, when's the All-Star break? When does it come? When's that? There's a lot of teams looking ahead. They've got their flight booked to Cancun or wherever. And they kind of coast for a couple of weeks. You can make up some ground in these couple of weeks.
No, and I see that, especially teams that weren't expected to be as good as they wind up being.
Yeah.
I think teams like that, it's exhausting to maintain that spot in the playoffs.
Yes.
It's interesting to me in this respect. I know the Cavaliers are not last season's Cavaliers. Obviously, they have Donovan Mitchell this year. They're a different makeup. They don't have Markkanen. They're not going into 3 bigs as much. But last year, Cleveland was very good early also. And everyone thought they were going to be a top 6 seed. And all Cleveland said is, we don't want to make the play-in. Then they made the play-in, then they were done. So I am curious for the guys who were still there, for the Darius Garlands and the Jared Allens and the Mobleys and the Love, if there's not this little sense of, ooh, here we go again. We're going to wind up in this position again. So I think it is a little interesting. I would keep an eye on the Cavaliers. And again, in the win column, the Heat are only 3 games behind the Nets. So it is getting a bunch closer there. So I think that's sort of another interesting factor, how things are bunching up. Want to get through as many of these as I can. In the old Miami Arena days, this is from greater good. We went to see the cavalcade of NBA stars passing through. The product has been diluted. 60 games should be enough. Kurt Hieland mentioned this in our crosstalk with Big O. We've mentioned this since Steve Kerr talked about a 72-game schedule. I am in agreement. No matter how few games you schedule, players will miss games. Correct, Kurt?
Yeah, it is the way of the world right now. You will get maybe fewer missed games, especially with the stars, but you're going to get some. There are still going to be nights on the road where they just, if it's about winning championships, if the basketball side is about, as it is in Miami, then you're thinking, I've got to get these guys to the start of the playoffs as fresh as possible, and especially late in the season. But even now, what they've learned is it's cumulative. And, man, Butler's just going to get nights off, especially older players. Kyle's going to get nights off, man. And teams coming through are going to look at this as a, hey, do we have to play them kind of game?
Yeah. It's just interesting. And the other point I want to make is this, and especially Kurt knows this living out in LA and all the traffic and everything. NBA fans prefer to go to games on Friday nights because they don't have work the next day, on Saturdays because there's less traffic, and on Sunday early when they can get to a game. NBA teams try to get as many as possible. They call them weekend games, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So this notion of the NBA, like Steve Kerr said, expanding the schedule, well, teams still want to play on Friday, Saturdays, and Sunday. Yep. So even if there's not back-to-backs, they want the Friday, Sunday. There's still going to be a quick turnaround between, say, a Friday night game and a Sunday afternoon game. Other teams are going to say, well, wait a minute. They played at home on Friday, but we want a home game on Saturday when they do these, against the other team. Yep. So you still have that compactness. No one wants in NBA marketing to have to sell the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday games. Those are hard sells. People who do the split season ticket packages, those go last in the draft of games, even against good opponents. I mean, Kurt, I'll put it this way, and I know LA has traffic all the time. Getting to a Lakers, especially when they move it up to one of these, a 7 o'clock start, let's say, when they do 10 o'clock national TV games, how much harder is it to get to a Lakers game on a Tuesday night versus an early start on a Sunday, a 6 o'clock start?
Yeah, because the Lakers play in downtown LA where there's just a lot of businesses and a lot of people coming in, it's a lot more difficult. I mean, I'm getting there early, and if I leave my house 15 minutes, and by the way, I have the little cheater pass for people who know LA. You can buy a pass that gets you. They did away with essentially a toll lane on the side of the freeway. They did away with the
express lane.
Express lanes. Okay, so I don't know if you had them. Even with that, if I leave 15 minutes later than my target time, it is exponentially longer to get to Staples.
And I know that because
and that's true for everybody.
Yeah, and I'll stay at the airport, but I know if I don't leave 3 hours before the game and wait a little longer, whether it's the 110, or whether it's the 10 or whatever I'm taking up there, you're just dead 4:05, something like that. So again, this talk about thinning out the NBA schedule is all well and good as long as teams are willing to say, okay, we're going to play 2 games this week on a Tuesday and a Friday. But fans go, what about Saturday and Sunday? That's the difference.
Well,
that's
by the way, go look at the NBA schedule from the 60s and 70s when they were playing 82 games. Don't get me wrong. They did 3 games and they would play Friday, Saturday, Sunday all the time.
That's when fans want to go to games.
That's when they can fill the arena. Right.
So I get all that. We still have a ton to cover. I want to get into the Heat season, their ascension up the standings. We will get to that. We will get to plenty more of your questions until we run out of time when we come back after this break on redrecover.com, Inside the Paint. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. redrecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment anywhere you go. Use the code Big O to get a 10% discount.
Oh, great. You got a doorbell camera. Now you got a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
No.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
Get out of my house!
Ooh, Mom's jewelry. There goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, a free doorbell camera.
Free?
One that'll actually work for you. It's not total security unless it's the Sloman Shield. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winterman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winterman and Kurt Heelan.
And we're back for segment 3 of an action-packed RedRecover.com Inside the Paint show this week. If you missed either of our first 2 segments, in our first, we talked about Bam Adebayo's All-Star Game candidacy. In our second, we took a whole bunch of your questions, which I'm going to get back to right now on the chat board. We'll sum up the Miami Heat's week ahead. Hopefully, we'll have time by the end of this. Missed any of them, go to the Big O Show online, any of his podcast outlets. You can catch that. Join us on the chat board at YouTube. Join his super chat. We'll definitely read your question. Kurt, I want to, before I go to the chat board, because we're sort of all over the place here today, Miami Heat 5 games over 500, which I think people expected a lot sooner this season. A lot of it has to do with the schedule, but I want to get to one point that people have been pointing out, and I think it's a league-wide thing that goes into what we're talking about rest days. I've had a bunch of people telling me, Ira, the record, they played the Bucks without Giannis 2 games. They got the Pelicans without Zion and Ingram for 2 games. Last night, they got the Celtics without Jaylen Brown for a game. Early in the season, they played them without Robert Williams for a game. But Kurt, someone like you who chronicles the entire league at Pro Basketball Talk and NBCSports.com, isn't that what everyone does? In other words, when it's your team, people tend to minimize your win, saying, well, who have you really beaten? And someone sent me an email the other day that really hit home with me. He asked me this question, and I almost wanted to research it. He said, Ira, has there been a single NBA game this season when both teams had all their players? And I'd almost wonder, I might go back to ProBasketballTalk.com later this week and see if Kurt writes about that. But Kurt, isn't that what everyone's doing with their record now? In other words, Heat fan doesn't chronicle what the Bucks have done or the Celtics have done to build their record. Doesn't see who the Nuggets have played to build the best record in the Western Conference. Isn't that just sort of in today's player sit-out league? You just have to take them no matter who's there and who's not there, and everyone does that?
Yeah, my first thought was, yeah, I bet there were those first 3 weeks of the season. There probably were some games where,
you know what? But that's when you had Lonzo Ball and LaMelo Ball out. That's when you had all the guys coming back from off-season surgeries.
And there were certainly guys who missed large chunks right at the start of the season too. I mean, Memphis kept winning games, and they just got Jaren Jackson Jr.
Right.
Like they just got old. Bane missed a bunch of time. All these teams at the top have missed. Actually, Sacramento's like the one I was looking at the other day where I'm like, wow, they've been lucky. Like everybody else has been not as fortunate, but I think it always kind of builds itself in. It's when you catch teams and when they catch you, for that matter. But like, we cut the Bucks without Giannis. Did we take advantage of that? Like, that's ultimately what matters, because that's just kind of, like you said, that's just kind of the way the league is right now.
You know, it's interesting to me, but it's almost as if the signature wins this season have been by the shorthanded teams, almost playing into the whole thing. Yeah. In other words, Golden State goes in after that great national television game in Boston, plays no one against the Cavaliers, and Steve Kerr finds a way in that game. The Heat earlier this season played the Grizzlies without John Morant and Jaren Jackson. The Grizzlies won. Kurt, you saw the game in LA when LeBron and Anthony Davis were out for the Lakers. The Lakers still found a way to beat the Heat in that game. It's almost like the signature wins this year are when we don't have ours and you have yours, we try to win. It's almost become like dodgeball, the underdog story. I mean, I almost think that's where the NBA is right now. And I do think coaches like Steve Kerr relish those moments when they can go in undermanned and still make a statement. And even to a degree last night, when Eric Spoelstra can say, okay, I don't have Jimmy Butler, I don't want to hear it, we're still going to find a way.
Yeah, I think coaches get up for that challenge a little bit, and they see it as a test of their culture. Hey, we've been preaching we're bigger than the Stars. We've been preaching that Highsmith has to step up and these other players. So let's do it. These guys are going to have. They want to see that, and I think you get. And by the way, for those guys, this is your moment, man. You want more minutes. Go out there and get those minutes. Those guys are playing for not just future paychecks, but they're playing for more run this season or more opportunities next offseason because they caught somebody's eye. They're going all out in a game where the starters might be like, hey, man, they don't got Jimmy Butler. We got this.
Yeah. It's become odd there. And my other question to this, and I'll try to get to the chat board before we're done here also, is Kurt, do tight and compacted standings. I mean, if you look at the West, I think it's like 5 through 13 is like within 2 games. I mean, the Lakers, a 3-game winning streak could be out of the play-in and up to a regular playoff spot. East, very competitive also. We're seeing that Boston and Milwaukee, maybe Philadelphia actually now distancing themselves a little. Does a tightly compacted standings alignment make teams more likely to make a move by the February 9th NBA trading deadline to distance themselves? Or does it leave them the other way saying, we're close enough right now. Let's get continuity and we'll be better there. How do you think compacted standings will impact the February 9th trading deadline, both for the Heat and the league in general?
I think in general, what you get is teams looking to buy and not sell. Which they
do how?
Exactly. And that's the problem with the market, the challenge with the market right now is that outside of Utah is probably going to sell and Charlotte's probably going to sell, but there's not a bunch of teams like lining up. Everybody's looking at the Bulls and the Raptors like, are you going to stick with this? Are you going to, and they're kind of like, yeah. Or we're just going to keep our prices really high. And if somebody meets it, fine. And I think I think it's going to be another relatively quiet trade deadline. Just with, who's the best player that gets moved? Collins, Bogdanovich, Rui Hachimura.
But here's the question: there's already been a trade. Rui Hachimura went from the Lakers, went from the Wizards to the Lakers. Couple of second-round picks, former Heat player Kendrick Nunn. So now the market for the player who doesn't fit in one place seemingly has been set as a couple of second-rounders and a contract. So that could be the market, say, for a McDermott. That could be the contract maybe for a Josh Richardson, that kind of player, where I think there was the fear that the Rudy Gobert market. It's interesting. Yeah. Even Rui Hachimura, I think you'd agree with that. Everyone says they want a first-round pick. Houston wants a first-round pick for Eric Gordon. Everyone is saying that that's the market, and I think the market changes a little bit. Do you think the Rui Hachimura trade for the Lakers changed the market on what it takes to get a mid-level number 7 or 8 player contributor on your roster?
Yeah, but 7 or 8 players everywhere else. He'll start for the Lakers. Watch. A little bit, but I think that's just the market coming back to, that's not an unfair deal for Hachimura to me. That seems like where the market's going to land. First would be too high. I think teams right now are still at, hey, you want Eric Gordon? It's a first. You want Bogdanovich? It's not just a first. It's an unprotected first. Eventually, I think that market creeps back a little bit, reels back, and you get deals done closer to the deadline. But I think that I think you're right in the sense that this sets if you just want to get a deal done, if you're looking to get a real deal done, this is about where the market is.
And again, because you're out there based in LA with Pro Basketball Talk and NBCSports.com, I also wanted to get into the Kendrick Nunn situation from this aspect. Everyone talks about how the Heat overvalue their developmental players, how they go out and give these Duncan Robinson, Tyler Johnson contracts over the years. And yet, in the 2021 offseason, when the Heat had a decision on Kendrick Nunn, they punted. They took away his qualifying offer. They could have matched any outside offer, and they let him walk to the Lakers. Has an injury, misses an entire season, a crazy situation. What seemed like a very minor situation in the preseason, misses the entire 2021 season. This season been uneven. Is there anything left of Kendrick Nunn? Was he simply caught in the Lakers' morass? Because it seemed like right before he was traded, he showed signs of life. What is Kendrick Nunn now in the NBA?
Yeah, he played a little better over the last, weeks, we'll say. He seemed to be finding a groove. This might be a situation where just a change of scenery helps. He gets to Washington, They've got minutes. Like he can get in the guards. They were heavy at forward and light at guard, a little lighter at guard, and they can give him some run, and maybe he finds a comfort level and gets back to being a solid rotation kind of guard. I think he can be there again. He's shown flashes of it, but he's got to get healthy and kind of he feels like one of those guys still trying to trust himself again after the injury, if that makes sense.
And I agree with that. Maybe sort of rocketed up there at the beginning, but sort of is what he is. The other element of that trade is because, of course, every team's fan base looks at a trade and says, why not us? Kendrick Nunn was just a throw-in for salary. The Heat could have made that kind of trade also, a couple of second-round picks, say Dwayne Dedman's contract. As long as it's expiring, that's what it took. Rui Hachimura, what he is right now, what we thought he was going to be coming out of Gonzaga, did the Lakers snooker the rest of the league in getting Rui? And who is Rui to the Lakers?
See, he fits. This is one of those cases where he's going to be more valuable to them than he certainly was in a overloaded front court where Kuzma's the focus now in Washington. They don't have a 6'8" backup guy for LeBron who can kind of come in. He's a good catch and shoot guy, isn't a bad defender. Like you said it earlier, he's what, 7th, 8th? Like he's a solid rotation, not a starter kind of guy.
Right.
But they don't have anybody like this. And so for them, it'll be, I don't want to say a revelation, but he's going to be a quick fan favorite and put up some numbers just because he's filling a wide open space on this team where they just, when LeBron sits and it's Juan Toscano Anderson at the 4, like they don't have anybody who can step into this role. So I think fit always, when you get to role players, Ira, you know this, I think the fans realize this.
Right.
It's all about fit. And Hachimura is a much better fit in LA than he was in Washington.
But one thing I don't understand about that trade is this. Rui Hachimura is an impending free agent.
Yeah.
We've heard all along the Lakers didn't discard the Westbrook contract for money now because they want to have money in the offseason. I think they would have had something like $38 million or so in free agency to go out, maybe sign Kyrie Irving if he hits the market and wants to leave, or another semi-elite, almost max free agent. In order to either re-sign Rui or use his qualifying offer to hold against the cap, they lose that. Kurt Heelan, am I missing something? The Lakers always go big. They go big in a LeBron signing. They go big in the trades they've made. They try names like Westbrook and Dwight Howard anyway. If Rui Hachimura and then a $15 million free agent is all the Lakers get, what am I missing here?
I think that they realize they're not going to get much with free agency because you're right. This does even they're going to have to, without getting into a lot of cap minutia, expect him to get re-signed or extended really quickly
for a lower
number. Reasonable number because his cap hold will be way more than his cap hold's like 18 million and nobody's paying him that. So
okay, so let's say
sign him at the lower number. But you eat it. But if you eat into that cap space, I think that they're going to go. I think they're thinking trade. I think that they are suddenly looking forward, thinking, there's nobody we're going to get with the money we have. So now they're thinking trade and swap, which is a whole different discussion.
Trade who? Westbrook's a pending free agent. Yeah. What do they have?
There's picks. They've got those 2 picks, but they don't have much. They don't have much. There's such a top-heavy roster. There's not a lot of swappable salaries. It's a mess. They have not built that team wisely.
Want to get to the schedule? Want to try to get back to the chat board? I'm sorry, we're running out of time here a little bit. The Heat on Friday, next game, they get 2 days off. So the rest hopefully won't have to load manage players Friday. Orlando's a hell of a story this year, isn't it, Kurt Heelan? The Orlando Magic?
Yeah, and they are getting Jonathan Isaac is now back, which is a fun, after 2 years off. It's just good to see him back on the court and playing. Banchero is your runaway rookie of the year and looks like a franchise cornerstone guy.
Is he an all-star? To go back to our first segment?
I don't think so. I mean, maybe they surprised me, but I didn't think I thought he was a notch below that. But
he's close to all-star level this year.
He's getting there. He's getting there though. I think he's got somebody's got to score on a bad team numbers a little bit, but but that said, he is putting up numbers. So but he looks good. Franz Wagner is a player. Like they've got, if you sleep on this, and they're playing hard pretty much every night now. They've been winning some games. Like if you sleep on them, they will cause you problems.
I spoke to someone who was close to that team, and they told me they thought the Magic were screwing up, that they could use one more quality draft choice and then really get going. Are the Magic winning too much?
I don't know, in a flattened lottery, maybe not.
Okay.
I'd have to look at. I'd have to. By the way, I off the top of my head, I'm not sure where they land in the.
Well, I'm just saying the bottom four seeds all get a pretty equal chance.
Right.
We know that Houston and San Antonio are horrible in the West. Detroit and Charlotte have the bottom two seeds seemingly locked up in the East.
Yeah.
I thought Orlando would be there, so that surprises me. Want to get to the Heat's game after that. It's the Sunday 1 p.m. game in Charlotte. Kurt Heelan, take us through the NBA mentality. You're playing a horse crap opponent. You're playing at 1 in the afternoon, knowing you're going to fly off during the football playoff games right after that. The Heat should beat the Hornets because the Hornets suck. The Heat should beat the Hornets because Ball is constantly being injured in and out. But that 1 o'clock can be a trap, can it? 1 o'clock start, show up to the arena at 10 a.m.
Everything that throws off a player's routine just throws randomness into a game, and that's absolutely what happens here. The Hornets are bad. They should absolutely win this game, and you've got to count this as a win. And it's on Spoelstra to get them motivated and focused because, like you said, guys are not in their routine. They don't like waking up early. They don't play like this. They are exactly thinking about. They want to. How are we watching the NFL game if we've got to fly? What are we doing here? How are we making this work? Honestly,
the internet
matter
work
a lot.
exactly. Is the Wi-Fi good? We're going to get to other games after that. We're actually going to move up the show next week to Tuesday. I don't know if Big O told you, because I'll be flying to New York next Wednesday. No. It's the start of a 3-game trip. So there's a game in Cleveland next Tuesday. We'll preview that next week. Then a game in New York, which for seeding is very important. I'm going to try to go as quick as I can to the chat board. Need 1 or 2 word answers here, Kurt, and we'll try to get as many of these knocked out.
Rapid round.
Let me see where we are right now. Mostly, I guess people are just talking about the amount of games and what's going on right now. So I guess we'll sort of end it right here. You don't see any solution this year, do you, for load management? And should this just be the expectations? And number 2, should the Miami Heat continue to load manage with players like Kyle Lowry and Jimmy Butler because there are more important things ahead for them?
Not only is there not a solution this year, there is not a solution in the CBA that solves this problem 2 years from now, 3 years from now. I'm not sure what the answer is, but I don't think there's some simple magic bullet here. And it depends on where you are. You got if you're securely in the top 6 at some point later and you get into March, give Jimmy and Kyle some nights off because you need them fresh. But right now you're not on such stable ground that you can't afford losses in Charlotte on Sunday.
Well, I'm going to ask you that. I'm going to finish the show on that. Is it too ballsy for the Heat to say the Hornets suck, so we're giving Kyle the day off, even though they're off on Saturday the day before and off on Monday the day after? Or is that just today's NBA?
That's just today's NBA. And besides, you've got UCSB's Gabe Vincent, Gauchos for life. He's going to be fine.
So that'll be good also. Covered a lot of ground. If we didn't get to you on the YouTube chat board, I apologize. Hey, we tried. We'll be back right here next week. I believe on Tuesday. We'll check that with the boss. But right now, after our RedRecover.com Inside the Paint show, the Big O Show rolls on.
You're listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code BIG-O to get a 10% discount.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing a personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
opinions or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Hi, baby. We are back and ready to rock and roll. Yes, sir. Ready to roll with Alarmo. There you go. That's what we doing. We rolling with Alarmo and Sloman's Home Shield. Yeah, baby. Anyway, hope you all are doing well out there. Great job by the boys. Little hardcore hour of basketball talk. Get me to the playoffs. Get me to the playoffs. That's what I say about the NBA. Get me to the playoffs. The regular season means absolutely nothing. Anyway, I'm actually going to go out to some games now when I come back from the Senior Bowl. I'm going to start going to some of the Heat games. Hey, Coach, I was actually going to go last night. Seriously, but then, all those players out, it's like, yeah, no, I'm not my time is kind of valuable to be to do that kind of stuff. But anyway, at least they won, so that's a good thing, and they can try to set themselves up for the playoffs. They've got Orlando on Friday. They should play everybody that day because Orlando seems to have like their number, a lot. So yeah, hopefully they'll win that one. We'll see if Kyle Lowry is able to perform. Penguins, by the way, edge the Panthers. They got a point, 7-6. Lion, that poor kid. God, that poor kid has been through hell and back. I watched that one. I had that going on, and I had the game going on. I really didn't care too much about the Heat last night. It didn't really interest me. And the Panthers have been torturous for me all year. And that was just more torture, Verhaeghe and everything. But, not enough. But I do feel bad for the Lion kid. He had 42 saves yesterday. He got peppered by the Penguins, man. They've got the Kings on Friday, okay? And congratulations to man. They trounced FSU 86-63, improving to 16-4. Nigel Pack with 18 and 5 assists. Isaiah Wong with 18, 9 rebounds, and 3 assists. They are at Pitt on Saturday at 4 o'clock. For those of you that are following University of Miami basketball. So locally, that's some of the stuff that went on last night. So that all means that tonight we get no local action. No Canes, no Heat, no Panthers on tonight. Everybody is off tonight and tomorrow night, actually. You'll start getting some action again on Friday. Tomorrow, by the way, we're going to be at Hialeah Park, 3 to 6 p.m., There you go. I'm getting it right now, Sean, finally. It took me weeks. Because I always say, like today, at the end of the show, I probably will screw it up and say, all right, we'll see you guys tomorrow morning from Hialeah Park at 10 a.m. When, it's like, man, we've been 3 to 6 for a while now. And it's like, I keep forgetting that it's 3 to 6. Hell, I told you guys this one day. When we first had switched a couple of weeks after, I showed up there in the morning. I was like, oh, damn it, it's the afternoon. Oh, man. So anyway, shit happens, right? So we'll be at Hialeah Park tomorrow afternoon, 3 to 6, if you want to come on by and join us. The other good news that we've got going on, and we kind of been working at this for a little bit, and I've talked about it for a while, and we're going to create another channel for this, but we're just going to do it on this channel here. It'll just be kind of separated from sports, and then we'll have a crypto section. But the Crypto Bro Show will be making its debut sometime tomorrow. Okay, so tomorrow we will get into the Crypto Bro Show. No specific time for the Crypto Bro Show, so you're just going to have to, subscribe and have the what's it called? The notification bell, so that way when we go live, and then you'll find out And when you come on and you see crypto stuff all over, don't be asking me about sports, because there won't be no sports on the show during that time. Okay, it'll be its separate show, so it'll be a crypto based show. All right, and then I'm going to add a music one also, and so but that's a little bit down the line, but we are going to add that in the next couple of months here. So it'll be 3 different shows that you will get on the channel. The sports, you'll get a crypto channel, and you'll get a music channel too at the same time. So all kinds of stuff that we will add to the platform, and have some fun with that. What else do we have? I see on the chat board here. What do we got going on? I guess you guys are arguing with each other. Let's see here. Okay. Remember, by the way, you can always send in a donation through Cash App or Venmo. I don't know. Ho Yoon, by the way, thank you for sending in the Venmo. I don't know if I gave you any love on Monday when you sent it in, or I saw it late or something like that. So looking forward, as always, to doing the show today and having some fun and talking. Hey, listen, we got 2 defensive coordinators interviewing. I don't know if any final decisions will be made today. I just kind of get the feeling that these final decisions aren't going to be made right now. Unfortunately, you would kind of like to have this already. Wow, Justin Bieber has sold the rights to his publishing and artist royalties from his song catalog, adding himself to a growing list of pop stars who have inked rights deals. Interesting. Damn, he's young. And he already sold. I know he's had some health issues and all that, so I don't know. Maybe he thinks he had his run already and might as well take advantage now. The deal is valued at $200 million, according to Billboard. Rolling Stone called the sale the largest of any artist of Bieber's generation. Wow. Okay. All right. $200 million for Justin Bieber's catalog. Okay. If that's how it's going to be, that's how it's going to be. We got another little dip here in Bitcoin. We're at 23,000, and it dropped about 22.67, and now it's at 22.4 right now. So a little bit of a dip that folks can take advantage of if they want to take advantage of. By the way, Mina Protocol is up almost 4%. It's up over 61 cents, which is absolutely impressive, man. Impressive. A little Mina Protocol. Where did you get your classic? Well, I just talked about it in the first segment of the show at 8:45 in the morning. Yesterday, I was in Davie. I was doing the show out at Cutter's Edge Pro. And so I went over to visit my friends at Caneswear. And I saw this hat. And they have a whole bunch of classic logos. Remember, go to caneswear.com. Okay, you get free shipping when it's over $99. And they've got all kinds, dude. They have added, there's some badass Canes ones that they've added that are just awesome. Awesome. William Quigley from Cutter's Edge bought one of the Canes hats. I bought this one. And it's just, they've got all kinds with the old logo. And they've got all kinds of killer hats. You got to go check it out. And I'm telling you, Canes were 2511 South University Drive in Davie. And you will love it. They've got all kinds of killer hats and logos with the old logo, and they'll ship it right away. Jeff and all the guys there, Brett runs it's like a family-oriented, business. And congratulations to them. They're about to move to the location next door, which is even bigger. So the store just continues to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And I don't know how he enjoys moving, to be quite honest. Because I moved once in my lifetime with my wife to this house, and I hated it. Okay? I hated it. Hate moving. Oh, my God. Packing everything, unpacking everything, and then having to, You always have to like adjust the new house to the way you want it now, that kind of stuff. And my God, it is torture, dude. It is terrible, man. But yeah, go to caneswear.com. Even if you don't live in this area, if you don't live in South Florida, or even if you don't want to drive to Davie, you can go to caneswear.com and then just go on there and you'll see this hat and many others that they have. This hat also in aqua. So it's actually really, really cool. Let's see. What do we have here? Big O, just curious, will there be any realignment in the NFL ever? Have the Dolphins in a different division with the Bucks and Jags? I don't know. I doubt it because some of the rivalries are still important in the NFL. So I don't know if they'll ever pull us away from the Bills, Jets, and Patriots. We've always had that. We had the Colts with us in the division at one point too. They were always in our division. But when Europe comes, maybe down the line, you could see, some adjustment and realignment because you have to realign the conferences a little bit. So, yeah, I mean, listen, years ago, the Falcons were in the NFC West. They were with San Francisco, Seattle, and was it Zona? Right? Was it Zona? I forgot. But anyway, just crazy shit. They used to have different, all kinds of screwed up alignments at times. But the Dolphins have always kind of been with the same teams, basically, just like you've kept the Giants and the Redskins and the Cowboys, and the Eagles together, which I think you should. I think it's really important to keep those rivalries. So I don't think that they'll move us out of the Northeast or the East, in other words, division. I don't think that they'll do that. And remember, the other thing that, not that it matters to young people at all, but the Jets, the Bills, right? The Dolphins and the Patriots are all AFL teams. And the Colts, who were moved out, they were an NFL team. But the other four came from the AFL. So these are four that have AFL ties. That's one of the things I love when I look at the Kansas City game or their jerseys or their stadium. That AFL patch is always there, dude. And to me, it's my favorite football logo is the AFL patch. I'm too young to have lived the AFL. I was born in the middle of the AFL in 66 because the AFL ran from 60 to 69. And then that's when officially the merger came together. But I know I can already tell, from my heart, the way I am, that if I was a child in the 60s, a teenager, I would have gravitated to the AFL. There's no doubt in my mind. Obviously, living in Miami, we got our own team in 66. But I think if I was like a 15-year-old in 1960, I am sure I would have gravitated to the AFL. Guaranteed I would have gravitated to the AFL. And like a lot of people did. Hey, I used to love watching the USFL. The USFL was actually excellent. It was fun. Had real talent, actually. That's why. It's kind of like college basketball when it had real talent. You know what I mean? So you never know if they'll move it around, but I doubt that they'll move the Dolphins around there. Okay. We'll see. Let's see. Thank you, Timothy and Armed Ape. Brian Looper says, Big O, how much better will Tua be with Saquon Barkley back there catching and running the ball for the offense? We need to get that guy. Agreed. I like him a lot now. Because I hear a lot of Saquon stuff, right? There's a whole bunch of you that want Saquon stuff. He does have an injury history. Just saying. Because, I hear a lot, but if he is a player, hell of a player. But if he does come here and gets injured, please don't start telling me, because nobody's saying that. Nobody's talking about that. So that's you're a lot of you are thinking like Chris Greer, going, "Oh yeah, man, injuries are part of the game. Hopefully he can avoid them. Let's bring him aboard. He's a hell of a player, and he is a hell of a player, but he also has had injury history at the NFL level." Vic is coming down to Miami. Hell yeah. We'll see if Fangio does, man. Dougie Fresh says, "Oh, I will send you my resume for doing a remote show specific to the wonders of the Panhandle. I have a knife-throwing faith healer ready who does hair. Let me know." Yeah. Yeah. Brooklyn Rob, thank you for the love on the super chat. He says, "Good morning, everyone. Everyone wants Fangio, but his old school dictator mentality might not mesh with the culture of McDaniel is installing. Should we be looking for a DC more in line with McDaniel's mentality?" Rob, that's a great question, because you are correct. Fangio is an old style coach, not going to take a lot of shit. But I hear that McDaniel behind the scenes does his share of ripping too, that he does get frustrated at times. Okay. Now, it's not going to be nearly as bad as probably Fangio or Jimmy Johnson or Don Shula or anything like that. But I think you got to try to get the best coach possible. And if Fangio is the best coach, which he should be the best coach possible, I mean, how much more proven of a defensive coordinator do you need? You don't. If you haven't, listen, that's the thing about all of this. Okay. We can argue about Josh Boyer all you want. Okay. But his defense, as injury riddled as it was, I still don't think did a bad job. It gave his team every week an opportunity to win. But if you're going to get rid of a young coach who might get better and better for another young coach that you hope is an upgrade, that's where you're taking kind of a risk already as it is. But if you're going after a Fangio, if you're going after a Lovie Smith, holy crap, dude, come on. I mean, that's a no-brainer. And you have to go after something like that, Brooklyn Rob. Even if they're, as long as the characters don't clash behind the scenes as coaches. But if philosophically Fangio and McDaniel do meet eye to eye, then he's going to allow Fangio to do his thing on his side of the football. You understand? And he can still be himself. And I'm talking about McDaniel. I think it's something that can work. I really do. Now, again, this guy has so many options. I don't know if Miami really is his top option. It's really finding out what the hell is going on with Sean Payton. And does he have a job? Because Houston apparently is trying to nail down a job with somebody, and they've had several interviews, and a couple of the guys have gone, I think, a second and third times now. They're going for interviews. That's already pretty deep into the process. Once they bring you back for a second or third interview, I don't care what business we're talking about. They like you. They like something about you. They're serious. They don't bring you back a second time or even a third time if they're not really contemplating on hiring you, that you're right there with whoever else is the candidate. So Houston's getting kind of close, right? I don't think Denver really is the destination. I don't see this guy coming out of retirement to then pick up a headache. And he has a broken locker room, and he has to fix that and all that kind of stuff. That's a pain in the ass. I don't know what Fangio's options are, but I'll tell you, Brooklyn Rob, if you have an opportunity to hire a guy like that, you hire that guy. Just like I would, Lovie Smith seems like the kind of guy that would go good with Mike McDaniel, right? Because he's kind of like a cigar store mannequin. He's kind of, a cool customer the way he coaches. kind of like Tony Dungy. You know what I mean? So maybe what you're talking about, a Lovie Smith might fit. By the way, personally for me, I would, for a lack of a better term, love Lovie Smith for the Miami Dolphins. I think he would be a fantastic defensive coordinator. Perfect defensive coordinator for the Dolphins. I don't know where they're going to go, but we'll see. Today, Chris Richard is in today to no, I'm sorry, Desai is in today, right? Yeah, that's what it is. Desai is in today. Sean Desai, and then Vic Fangio. And Desai, let me give it to you. He is the Seattle assistant head coach and defensive assistant. All right. And then Chris Richard is the other guy that's also been mentioned. There's a whole bunch of names that have been mentioned. He's the Saints co-defensive coordinator and DB coach. Again, I know Chris Richard has been up for all kinds of jobs. I know Desai is another guy that's been talked about, but they don't have the track record that a Fangio would have. So I think there's a little bit of a risk with the other guys. Fangio, I don't think there's any risk whatsoever. And that's the thing, Rob, that if you hire Fangio, it's money in the bank. His defenses are always some of the best defenses, and it doesn't matter where he coaches. Every single time Vic Fangio is in charge of a defense, that defense is always one of the best defenses in the league. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate the super chat. Let's see. Karen likes the hat. It is a very nice hat. Caneswear.com. Pulling the Finns away from the AFC East and AFC South would be the best. Move Indy to the AFC East. Not fair. Miami has to travel to most in that division, plus 3 cold weather games. They've got to come to hot weather games, Nico. I don't think you pull them from that, bro. It's not a long flight or anything like that. They fly their own plane. They're fine, dude. These players are pampered like crazy, man. What else? St. Louis, yes, was also one in the West. That's right. Good job, George. While print and graphics, weren't the Heat originally? Yes, they were in the Western Conference, but that's kind of an expansion thing that they did, so you can play all the teams and the league, and you can see the whole league. That's kind of what they did for the fan bases. Giovanni says the second Saquon gets hurt after everybody wants him, they will blame Greer like they wanted Tank for Tua. Now, he's in. Yeah, exactly, Giovanni. Same thing. The same phoniness will come out. You are so right. Same phoniness. Because all the, a bunch of those people that wanted Tank for Tua, now they're kind of like regretting it and they're saying, oh, this, that, and, Maybe you just listened to this show from the get-go and we told you, yeah, that's the risk. You take him, expect him to, break down, and I told you that right from the get-go. Now, I never doubted his ability. That's the one thing I never doubted. I always doubted his availability. That was always what scared me away from Tua, is his injury history. But at least I was honest from the get-go that the injury history was the thing that always scared me away from him. But I was also very, very honest, and I challenged anybody that thought he couldn't play. And all those people are already wrong. But injuries should not be, something that you, okay, oh, well, that, it's not an issue. No, it's been an issue, unfortunately. And we've figured out why it's an issue. And that's the important part with Tua. It's up to him. With Barkley, you can't do anything about that. He's in a collision position. And you got to really be durable as a running back, a linebacker, a D lineman, an O lineman, because you're in a collision position, man. Samuel says, good morning, Big O. The Baseball Hall of Fame voting has become a joke. Roland got in. Andrew Jones should have been in as well. Scott Rowland. Yeah. What can I tell you, brother? Baseball is a joke. at this point. Big O calling it now. Rodgers goes to Vegas, reunites with Adams. Brady misses out. Purdy takes Niners to Super Bowl, so they keep him as starter. Brady's second team choice gone. He retires, bro. You know what? At this point, I just really don't give a shit what Tom Brady does anymore. Go away already, bro. Just go away. That's all. I've pretty much had enough of Tom Brady. Okay. The Tampa story was cool. He got away from Belichick and he got to, spread his wings, and it was fun to watch the commercials and all that. You got your title. It's kind of like the whole Aaron Rodgers thing, just like before Brett Favre. You just get tired of the drama. You know what I mean? Just play the goddamn game, dude. And that's it. If you're willing to do that, great. That I didn't even want to play the stupid soundbite from his own podcast. And Jim Gray asks him, and then he has this, smart ass thing like, well, if I knew what the FI was doing, Jim, then whatever. And and then you're kind of snappy, like you guys didn't plan this. It's like it's so that way everybody plays the soundbite and it gives him the juice, so people will then listen to the podcast and all that crap, and it's just a bunch of garbage. I saw that and it's like, really, man? So is that what we're supposed to do? Replay it for you so the rest of the world can get suckered into this little drama that you created yourself on your own podcast? Come on, man. If it's your own podcast, you know what they're going to ask you. Just address it and say, we don't need the sensationalism behind it. We don't need you to have the fake anger. You know what I mean? I've had enough of Brady. Just go away, dude. You know what I mean? It's like LeBron. I've had enough of LeBron too. Just go away. Tired of all that freaking drama. Ridiculous. So we'll see. Brett Dodger is in. He says an experienced DC might be best for us since he could help McD with in-game management. That's why I like Lovie Smith, because he's been a head coach several times over. And that would add a lot of an element to the, to the coaching room for McDaniel. I know Fangio's been a head coach, but it was very short-lived, whereas Lovie's been a head coach several times already. Hell, wasn't it Lovie Smith that got to the Super Bowl with Sexy Rex? Yeah, right? I want to say Lovie was the head coach when the Bears won, or not won, but got to the Super Bowl with Rex Grossman. It's pretty amazing, by the way. Sean Payton not worth $25 million, only one Super Bowl win. He's not Bill Belichick or Mike Tomlin. Huge win for the Heat, baby. No, it's not a huge win. No. Boston was sitting, half its team. And I get it. Miami was out Butler. Not a huge win. It meant nothing. It's just a regular season win. There's nothing huge about it. That's silly. Ridiculous. Let's see. Christian says, sorry I'm late. Oh, work stuff. Gali says, did Sanders save his job with his great kicks in the last two games of the season? And if we release him, do we get a hit on the salary cap? I don't think so. I think there's an opt-out this year, and it's not too bad if I'm correct. I can look it up for you here. I don't think he saved his job, by the way. I think they have the luxury that they don't have to cut him and they can actually keep him. And then if, you bring in competition, then maybe you can cut him after, if the competition obviously steps up in a big time way. For Jason Sanders, let me tell you what it is right now. Yes, the out is right now. 0 dead cap money after this season. Okay. So yeah, they have him signed, and it's a base salary of $3.7 million. Whoever you bring in outperforms Jason Sanders, you can cut him and move on and save $3.7 million. And there's a good chance they could get a rookie kicker just to save that money anyway. So I would not be surprised if they're trying to look for a rookie kicker in the draft in the late rounds. And then they pick somebody and then they bring them in, and that saves them, almost $3 million in the cap. So I could see that happening. All right. Let's see. The Brady story would be relevant if he was still good. Yeah. Hey, LeBron is still good. I'm done with LeBron. I'm so tired of it. Hey, Aaron Rodgers can still play. I'm tired of that one too. I think you and I aren't meeting eye to eye on this one, Nico. I'm tired of these, whiny little bitches all the time. So I just can't stand it. You're constantly holding your franchise hostage and stuff like that. I'm not a big fan of that. Christian, thank you for the love on the super chat. He says New York sports radio pushing that Rodgers narrative to the Jets. Not gonna lie, it will make me sick. I don't really care, bro. Whatever. They don't have a quarterback, so they have to go get the old guy and see if they can milk a year or two from him. And if they can, then maybe they can, be contenders, because the Jets have a pretty good team. So I get it. I get why the Jets would go for Rodgers or Derek Carr. I talked about this about a month ago, and now I just saw a story on it. I said, wouldn't it be funny if Derek Carr ends up going to Houston, where his brother was drafted, and it was a disaster for him, but he gets to go back there and kind of, rectify or kind of at least change the Carr narrative for the Texans fans. And you always wonder about David Carr, if he could have been better, if he wasn't so beaten down with like 4,000 sacks his first couple of years there, because he was playing on such a terrible team. So, yeah, Christian, the Jets have to be talking about Derek Carr or Aaron Rodgers. Why? They have no choice. The guy they drafted, they completely swung and missed on Zach Wilson. And Mike White is just a guy. The only people that think he can play are some of the fans that live in this area, because they're blinded by the fact that he's a local kid. Same bullshit with Teddy Bridgewater. Those are the only people. Some of the hometown people are just like, blindly following the kid. But they really don't watch it. They don't really. It's the same thing with Teddy Bridgewater. Most of these people that wanted Teddy Bridgewater and thought he was a real starter, they didn't really watch Teddy Bridgewater. They just know the name and the hype and everything, but did they really watch him? If they would have never said, oh, yeah, he's going to beat Tua out, or he'll be the starter. I mean, that's some, you gotta be as high as you can possibly get in the kata. Okay? Nino Brown is selling you that whack stuff. That's what's going on. Richard Schuyler says, morning, Big O. It's so hard to get a good old lineman. Do they can't hit like the old days during practice? It's sad because it hurts our quarterbacks. Yeah, but other teams develop linemen. And by the way, they did a much better job with linemen this year. Much better job. I'm not worried about that. I think you need a little bit of luck. You probably need to add one more guy. In the offseason, I think you need to add one more guy. But I think if you bring back most of those guys and maybe get some health, some of those guys might actually turn into pretty decent players. So we'll see. Let's see. Anybody that wanted Teddy Bridgewater for any reason as a player doesn't know crap about QBs. It's not that, I think, too extreme. We have a lot of lazy people. They read the headlines. They don't read the articles. They don't do their homework. They listen to the wrong people. They follow Facebook posts that they use it as facts. And that's the problem with our society. And so I think most of the people that wanted Teddy Bridgewater or thought he was going to take the job, they didn't watch him. That's what it is. It's just laziness. Okay? That's all it is. Laziness. You know, say I've been doing this for a while now with Bitcoin with you guys, right? And I got all those haters and all those deniers. Meanwhile, just really look at what's going on. But you don't, right? Because you listen to lazy people that just want to send mixed messages to scare you. And they're doing a great job of scaring the crap out of you. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of what it is. They want to keep you dumb. It's the funniest thing I ever hear is, no, Bitcoin's a Ponzi scheme. It's a scam. Do you know what the Ponzi scheme is? Our banking system, our federal government. That's the scam. But that's the problem in this world, that a lot of people don't read, don't pay attention. Man, I had a friend of mine a couple of months ago. It was like 2 weeks before Trump declared that he was running. Okay. And this dude is telling me, oh, no, Trump's not running. I'm like, what's wrong with you, dude? Of course he's going to run. And why? Because he doesn't pay attention. He doesn't see Dr. Oz and doesn't see, Carrie Lake and all these idiots that his minions that he put out there, Herschel Walker and all these idiots that he put out there because he wanted them to win to strengthen the House for him. So if he wins the election, which he has no shot, but when he wins it, the way he looks at it, he has more people on his side. All of them lost, but he declared anyways. But I knew that was going on. Those of us that really follow politics, we know. But my buddy did not know, right? He's arguing with me. Oh no, he's not running. Because you don't follow politics for real. You just listen to some morons and say, well, he hasn't declared, he's not running. Of course he's running. Why do you think he's sending out his minions? Same thing. This is a lazy world. And that's our real problem. Okay? People don't take the time to actually understand what they're doing. And that's, Dogecoin. Oh, let me get in on it. Yeah, go ahead. I get it. When it was really low and it went up, some people made some money. But then you have people like Preston Williams who actually thinks there's real utility behind it. But Preston Williams is lazy. He doesn't read. There's nothing. It's old technology. It can't be expanded upon. Whereas SHIB is expanded upon. It's building a layer 2. They're building a metaverse. They're selling NFTs already, But these are things that I know because I read up on the difference between one meme coin and another. And that's our problem to extreme. In this world, people are lazy. That's all it is. And that's our real problem overall. So JP Morgan CEO said last week, Bitcoin was a Ponzi scheme. So I went and bought more. Exactly. By the way, do you know what JP Morgan is doing in Europe? Buying Bitcoin. The same company that was fined millions of dollars. I don't know how much it was, like 100 million or whatever it was, for trying to manipulate silver. JP Morgan. The problem with JP Morgan is they're watching Bitcoin pass them up on market cap. That's the problem with JP Morgan. So it's a lazy world, man. That's all it is. That's all it is, man. What else do we have? Coach Peyton making $1.6 million, sitting at a sports desk waiting to become head coach. Well, he wants 20 to 25 million. Remember, some of that money will come off of the salary that he gets from any team. So it is what it is. O-line currently has 3 bona fide studs with Armstead, Connor, and Hunt right now. Haven't had that since the Unicorns with Ajayi. Yeah, you're right. And these 3 are healthier. Even though Armstead suffers injuries, the other Unicorns used to all miss games, whereas Connor really doesn't miss games, and neither does Hunt. Armstead's the one that misses some games, but still, damn good. You are correct. And by the way, Brandon Shell at right tackle did a fine job for the Miami Dolphins. Super fine job. Yeah, man. Oh, what's your thoughts on the Senate holding hearings on the Ticketmaster? Do you think it's all show or something will finally be done to those Fargan bastards? I don't think anything will be done. You know, I think the same scams that are going on with tickets will continue, and they'll continue to make money on the back end on the secondary market and make a killing and all that kind of stuff. So, no, I don't think so, because they have their own lobbyists and they'll take care of it. Like, again, we had a $1.7 trillion disaster that got passed. And the Republicans had an opportunity to stop the Democrats from burying us even more. And what did the Republicans do? They probably cut their own deals behind the scenes and passed that $1.7 trillion disaster. And why? Because both sides are corrupt. Because both sides don't care about us. They care about their own interests. And that's why, in the end, I don't think they'll do anything to Ticketmaster, because they're only going to care about their own interests, not us. So if some lobbyist for Ticketmaster is going to fund their campaign next time around, then nothing's wrong with Ticketmaster. The dumbest people alive are the people that think that the Republicans or the Democrats have got it going on, or they're actually looking out for our best interests. Those are the people that aren't very smart. Okay, that's all. So, whatever, man. I laugh at both sides. I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. And it's just, I'm an American. It's crazy. What crypto should I invest in? Oh, I am not a financial advisor, Matt, whatsoever. I'm just a guy that likes crypto. Okay. But as I've said many times, if I was a rookie, okay, and I'm not a seasoned veteran, it's only my 3rd year in crypto. But if I'm a seasoned veteran, if I'm a rookie, whatever money you are willing to lose, okay, because if you're going to buy real estate, you're going to invest in stocks, you're going to invest in crypto, you're going to invest in gold, you're going to invest in silver, you're going to invest in whatever it is, okay, be prepared to lose your money too, right? Just like when you're gambling, be ready to lose your money, because that's what it's all about. Now, do you do your own homework and read up on it and you make your own decisions on anything? But if I was starting in crypto, I'll give you the same advice I've given everyone else. Whatever money you have, $5, $50, $500, $5,000, whatever it is you can spare, 40% of it in Bitcoin, 30% of it in Ethereum, and then 10, 10, and 10 in some altcoins, whether it's Polygon, Polkadot, Cardano, VeChain, Avalanche. Let me see which other ones that I would include in there. Oh, Cosmos, still at a very good price, by the way. HBAR, Hedera Hashgraph. Let me see. Algorand, another one that I love. Those right there. Three of those. Any 3 of those I like. So you mix it up. But 40% of your portfolio in Bitcoin, 30% of your portfolio in Ethereum, and then 10, 10, and 10, which are higher risks. But I feel like Bitcoin and Ethereum, again, not a financial advisor. But if I was starting it, to me, those aren't risks. That's your Microsoft and your, Amazon, Tesla, Apple stocks. That's your crypto. Those crypto stocks to me are the bedrocks of the cryptocurrency movement right now. And so that's how I would handle it. Okay. And you can rewind and go back and listen to the ones that I told you to get 10, 10, and 10. No specific, if any, out of all of them, Polygon would be one of my 3. Cosmos would be one of my 3. And then you can mix any of the other ones, Avalanche, Polkadot, VeChain, Cardano, things like that. You can mix it in. But if you ask me, because I know that will be the next questions, I love Polygon. I absolutely love Polygon. I'm a monster Polygon guy. Love Cosmos. Atom is fantastic. That's what it is on the exchange. Atom. It's Cosmos. So yeah, those are the ones that I would look at right there. So there you go, sir. Who cares about the viability of the world's greatest nation? Ticketmaster mess with Taylor Swift. It must stop. Yeah, you can't mess with the Swifties. Can't mess with the Swifties. NorCal says, Big O, do you think if Skylar had gotten time during the season to play instead of Teddy, maybe Skylar performs better versus Bills? NorCal, I don't know. I'm not smart enough to answer that question. I don't think any of us have the crystal ball to really know if he would have or not. Might have gotten worse. Might have been more exposed. I don't know. I got to tell you something, NorCal. I blame Mike McDaniel more than anything else in that game. He screwed things up. He didn't give Skylar a better opportunity to win by not being prepared and having plays call in faster, by not having that 4th down ready to go at 4th and 1 and making the kid at 4th and 6. I there's some things I cannot lay on the feet of Skylar. Kyle Shanahan and his staff are making life as easy as possible for Purdy. Now, Purdy has to make plays. He has to make the throws, but there's organization in everything that's going on. They're not late and they're not unorganized. They're not picking up stupid penalties and things like that. So everyone else is doing their jobs so the kid can do his job. And that's the responsibility of a head coach. And this is where I have to hold Mike McDaniel's feet to the fire. As much as I like him, I don't want to have this conversation in the 2023 season. I don't want to be talking about in December that we're still talking about a coach that can't figure out the goddamn challenges, can't get plays in on time, and, players are out of position, and, there's just unorganized, things going on at times on offense. That is unacceptable. That's unacceptable for Tua. It's unacceptable for Teddy. And my God, you're going to do this to a 7th round pick. So your question gets more rise out of me because of McDaniel. And we better not have this conversation next year. I'm just telling you this. We better not have this conversation next year because I will roast his ass every day on the show. I will roast him. And by the way, every time I roast a coach, they get fired. That's the 30-year history on this show. I've never roasted a coach that never got fired. I've never roasted a GM that never got fired. So once I get off your bandwagon, brother, that's the kiss of death. We better not have this conversation about Mike McDaniel in December of 2023. If we do, the Dolphins must fire his ass. Okay? Because he's not learning a goddamn thing. But I like him. I do. I want him to stay. But you better get your shit organized, dude. You get a complete pass this year because you're a rookie coach. That's the only reason I'm giving you a pass. If you were an established coach and you did this, I would have already been questioning the hire. Let's be completely honest here. If that was the case, I would have been questioning this hire already by the end of the season and say, no, this is not the guy. You know, you can't be an established coach and be like that. There's no way. Sean, Frankie Fresco. So he says AEW Jay Lethal versus Briscoe Mark. Now, before we get into that, AEW is honoring Jay Briscoe after his death with a special tribute match. They will honor Briscoe, who died in the car accident. AE Honcho Tony Khan announced the details of the match on Tuesday, explaining that Jay's brother and tag team partner Mark Briscoe will fight Jay Lethal on Wednesday night in Lexington, Kentucky to honor Jay Briscoe. Khan said in the tweet that Mark and Lethal, a longtime friend and rival of JB, wanted to fight one another to celebrate the life and legacy of their brother and contemporary in the industry. So it goes on tonight on TBS at 8 o'clock, Wednesday night. Hell, I might watch it. I got nothing else to watch. Me? Watch wrestling? Wow. Okay. Jay and Mark were Ring of Honor World Tag Team Champions at the time of his tragic death and won multiple championships together through their storied careers. As we previously reported, the 38-year-old Jay Briscoe, real name Jamie Pugh, died in a car crash January 17th in Laurel, Delaware, after a 2019 Chevy Silverado collided with a vehicle head-on. Tributes, donations, and remembrances have poured in from former wrestlers and his family since the tragedy. AEW even releasing shirts to help raise funds for the Pughs. In the wake of the incident, the Pugh family lost a husband, a father, a brother, a son. The promotion said after unveiling the shirts, and in an effort to both honor Jay's memory as well as support those left behind, we are offering the Reach for the Sky t-shirts with 100% of the proceeds going to benefit the Pugh family. By the way, I'm buying this shirt. Where can I buy this shirt? Send me the link, Sean, on my phone there. Send me the link to buy the shirt. I will buy. I'm going to buy my shirt. I'm buying Sean a shirt. Okay? That's what's happening right now. Okay? And Frankie, thank you for the love in the super chat. What am I going to pick, bro? I got to go with Briscoe, man. I got to roll with Briscoe. You know, props to Jay Lethal. He wants to be a part of it and honoring him. But I got to go with the bro. You know, we got the Crypto Bro show coming, right? So I figure we got to go with the bro. What am I getting here, Sean? Yeah, I figured I'd get a thumbs up for that prediction. So we're going with Briscoe Mark over Jay Lethal. You want to add anything here, Sean? Because like you can actually add substance to all of this.
No, I think the biggest thing is that Warner Brothers is allowing it. That was the holdup. They wanted to do a tribute show last week, and Warner Brothers nixed it because of the ban they had on the Briscoe brothers. They lifted the ban, I think, yesterday morning so that they can do this and kind of do a tribute of the life, because there was an outpouring of support for, I mean, he made a comment 10 years ago. And Warner Brothers banned him for that. He's since kind of I guess you could say he educated himself on what he had said and everything else, but Warner Brothers was not having it, and they told him no last week. Literally, they actually recorded matches for the tribute to put on their YouTube channel for free for anybody to watch, and then also on their app, which is a paid app. But what they did was they took the paywall down for that one, basically the video, so you can watch the Jay Briscoe tribute. And then now tonight, Warner Brothers dropped the ban, so they're allowing them to go. Interested to see what else they do, if they do anything else now. I'm not sure what the agreement is between AEW and Warner Brothers, how far they can go. Will this turn into a whole tribute show? We'll see. I mean, everybody was wearing armbands last time. There was the package at the beginning, but there was really not a lot of there was more mention on WWE than I believe there was on the AEW show.
Right. Okay.
So,
all right. Good stuff. I like it. All right. There you go. And by the way, they're asking, and I got the answer. Tua Time says, Sean, can we look forward to a Squared Circle digest tomorrow night? And I can tell you no, because we're at Hialeah 3 to 6, and then he's got to tear down. He's got to load the show, videos, all that. So I doubt he's doing anything tomorrow night. Now, maybe Friday or Saturday or Sunday or Monday. I have no idea. Sean, did I guess correctly here? There's no show tomorrow, right?
No show tomorrow. I'm waiting on something to come in, and then once I get this set up, then it'll be go.
You're waiting for a prop to come in?
Yeah, basically on Friday after the show. Well, since we're at Acura, it doesn't matter. But after I get everything loaded Friday night, ripping the whole office apart. So hopefully it'll be ready by Monday. If not, it may be on my phone doing the show.
Yeah, you got us. We got a whole bunch of props for his studio to dress it up even more, and it's going to look really badass. By the way, once he's done, it's going to have obviously a big wrestling flavor to it. And I think we've shown you a couple of those props over the last month or something, on the show. So we're kind of doing all that. So yeah, the platforms, we're going to get our wrestling show back. We're going to add the crypto show. We're going to add a music show. So all of those things are coming as we expand here on the platform. So there you go. Looking forward to it. What else do we have here? Ethereum is low right now, and you can see a big turnaround for your money in a few years. Also, Tether and Bina Sense Coin. Are you talking about Binance? Tether is one I would not. Tether is it's just what's it called? That's just like $1. But that company, US, what is it? USBC, what is it? That's the only stable coin that I would use. So the damn name of it now. Let me make sure I get it right. USDC, I think it is. Is that how it is?
Yeah, USDC.
Yeah, USDC. That's the only stable coin that I would use. I would not trust any other stable coin, to be quite honest, because that one is backed by the dollar. So that's what I would do. I would stay away from Tether. I would use USDC. Big O, diversification, patience, discipline, long-term thinking, win in investing. Amen to that. Amen to that. Gally says Robinhood is a good starting and explains why crypto and how it works. No, it's not. Don't go to Robinhood. No, you don't go to Robinhood. What you do is you sign up to crypto.com, Binance, OKCoin, 4 or 5 of the major exchanges, and then you get a cold storage wallet. Okay? All right? That's what you do. You get a cold storage wallet like a Trezor or something like that, and anything you buy on an exchange. And Robinhood, you got to make sure that you can move any of your crypto off. You do not buy anything or keep any crypto on Robinhood or any exchange. That is bad advice. That is terrible advice. Okay, Binance is a monster. Don't keep your money on Binance. It's a great exchange, strongest one in the world. You buy and move your crypto right off. That's what you do. Okay? All right. Yes, sir. What are you going to do, Sean? What do you got for me?
I don't know if you have the right screen on, but Matt's ready to go.
I see him. All right. It's crypto. You get me going with crypto. And plus, I don't want anybody really getting into Robinhood. That's risky. The idea of cryptocurrency is that you become your own bank. You control everything. Okay? All right? That's kind of the idea. Because the problem is everybody else is controlling us when it comes to finances. That's why decentralized financing and cryptocurrency is going to change the world, and it's going to empower you. But you don't get empowered by leaving your crypto on FTX. See what happens? On Celsius. See what happens? No. Or on Robinhood. It could happen. By the way, Robinhood has lost their ass this year. Go look at their stock. It's gone way down. Okay? And the meme coin Doge saved their asses 2.5 years ago when it exploded. So you got to understand what you're doing because you're investing your money. Not a financial advisor, just a guy that loves crypto. Hour number 2 is next. We started, baby, with Matt Verderam and our Red Recover as we step into the huddle with redrecover.com.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
The viewpoints, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Let's huddle up with Fanside National NFL reporter Matt Verderam. The huddle is brought to you by RedRecover.com. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment anywhere you go. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Here's NFL reporter Matt Verderam.
All righty. Apologies there, Matt. Good morning, sir. They get me
What's going
on? Just crypto gets me going sometimes. So what can I tell you? I'm excited for this bull run that is coming, bro. Oh, man. Anyway, so are you guys nervous in KC? Because, those Bengal Tigers seem to have your number there. So I'm wondering how the Chiefs Nation is handling it, because you were pretty brutally honest about the Bengals facing the Chiefs.
I mean, first of all, they don't seem to have their number. They have the number. Like they beat the Chiefs every time they play. They beat them by a field goal every game. They beat them, and every time the Bengals play the Chiefs turn into this team that just makes a million mistakes. Like, and that's a credit to Cincinnati. Like, I think sometimes people say that as a way of being like, well, it's flukish. Well, it's not flukish if it happens every time you play them. Like, at some point, it's just a problem.
No, you're doing it again like you did last year. It doesn't become a fluke anymore when you come back and do it again. Last week I picked the Bengals to win.
So did I.
And I took the number, and I took the number and the points.
Yeah.
And I did that because I was wrong. Because I said, I thought this Bengals team was like Boomer Esiason and Ken Anderson, that they were one-shot wonders and that's it, and they weren't going to get back, and they rode the wave, they got there, that's it, it's over. And this year has proven that it's not. And the reason why I'm going to tell you, it's their defense.
Yeah.
It's their defense. You know they have the weapons. And by the way, kudos to their offensive line coaches, because with all the injuries, they still were able to, do a really good job overall up front. But it's their defense that makes plays consistently, and I got to give them credit.
They're so much better than people think they are. Like, I don't get it. I don't understand why. I don't understand why. Coming into the year, okay, it may be a fluke. We'll see. I picked them to win 11 or 12 games because I just thought Burrow was excellent. So I thought they'd be good again. But as the year went on, like, they were clearly really good. And I looked at the number late last week, and the Bills are favored by 6 points. Like, why are the Bills laying 6 points in this game? Like, look, two things are true in my opinion. The Bills are overrated. The Bills are a good football team. They're really talented. The Bills could have and maybe should have lost to Skylar Thompson, okay, and then followed that up by doing absolutely nothing offensively. Like, I've never seen a talented team like them that has no plan any game they enter. It's like, I don't know, Josh, you do it. You figure it out, bud, whatever it takes. I honestly thought the biggest reason.
By the way, they came out of this saying he needs a better second receiver.
No,
and I'm like, really? That's what you guys came out of? Like that's. I mean, come on.
I've seen so many people say, well, if they had Von Miller play offense, because they scored 10 points. Like, they couldn't do anything in that game.
Right.
And, we talked about it last week. I thought the Chiefs would do the exact same thing the Bengals did to them. I really did. I thought if the Bills got to the AFC title game in a neutral site, I thought the Chiefs would kill Buffalo. The Bengals beat them to it. Like, I think Cincinnati's really well coached. Anarumo's a great defensive coordinator. They do a lot. They don't have like unbelievable talent. They have good talent defensively, but they're really well coached. And offensively, they've got those receivers on the outside. Burrow's the guy who's underrated in some eyes because he's not unbelievably physically gifted, but he's just a killer. Like, he's accurate. He's got swagger for days. You can make all the throws you have to make.
Montana was like that.
He was
just like that.
Absolutely.
Wasn't going to wow you with any kind of skill at all. He was just going to wow you with money plays, bro.
No, he's great. He's great. Look, I've said it. I said on my own podcast. I think the Bengals are going to beat the Chiefs this weekend. I do. I mean, would I be surprised if the Chiefs won? No,
of course not. They're a great team.
I think the game is a coin flip, but the Bengals always find a way to beat the Chiefs. So until otherwise proven, I will take Cincinnati to find a way to win the game.
And by the way they played with their offensive line all beaten up, like, wow, that's a boost right there.
Huge.
And let's just talk about Burrow, okay? Because you just kind of touched on it, but how special the guy is because there's no fear in him. That warm-up play that they show of him where he does that spin and he throws the ball, and he's there in Buffalo warming up. And did you see that highlight of him spinning?
Yes.
The ball? Yes. And he's just he spins around and just blindly throws it to the left sideline, and just right there in the receiver's hands. It's just the timing is perfect. And you can't, what Burrow has, you can't teach. It's some of these guys have it, whether it's, and yes, I'm going to say it, Michael Jordan or Magic Johnson or Walter Payton or Jerry Rice or Joe Montana or Tom Brady or what. It's just some of these guys possess that quality, and it oozes out of them, and then it just fortifies everybody around you, dude. And I don't care if you're the holder for the kicker, okay? It's just one of those things, and you see it there because Mahomes does that to he did it this past week. The fact that he wanted to stay in the game with that knee, do you think that doesn't raise the awareness of everybody else going, okay, the best player on our team is now playing super injured. I got to make sure I do better than I normally would even think of doing, that kind of shit.
I don't think it was an accident that when Mahomes went out with that ankle sprain, that immediately that defense didn't give up a point for like 4 straight possessions. I mean, That is the one thing I am interested about in this game. And sometimes I think this stuff's overblown, and maybe it will be for this game too. But like, the Chiefs are favorites in every game they ever play. They're always the favorite. They're always the team that everybody thinks is going to win the game. Doesn't matter if they're home, they're away. Like, they're always laying points. They're always the team that people are like, well, they're the measuring stick. And now they're not in this game. You know, Cincinnati's a slight favorite, and they are wounded with Mahomes. Arrowhead is going to be loud, sure, but it's going to be very emotional. Like, I'm curious. I never feel that games, a lot of times I think, look, a game starts, teams kind of get their bearings. I think the start to that game is going to be very important who wins it. If Cincinnati gets up quick and they put that doubt in Kansas City, I think it really quiets that crowd in a big way. If Mahomes takes the ball with his ankle taped up with about 8 pounds of tape, and they go right down the field and jam it in the end zone, that place will go insane. I do think if I'm Cincinnati, I normally would kick the ball off to start the game. I would take the ball and try to score if they win the toss.
Yeah, just shut them up right away. Right.
The last thing I want if I'm Cincinnati is Mahomes going down the field and getting us up 7-0, and all of a sudden that crowd's going nuts because sometimes when you're an underdog, which they never are, there's this added emotion of like, nobody thinks we're going to win this game. We're going to show you we're going to win this game. And especially with them, they can never beat Cincinnati. So look, I don't know how much that plays into it. Maybe it doesn't at all. But it's a weird spot for the Chiefs emotionally. They're never in that spot. And conversely, Cincinnati's played this role, rightfully so. We're the underdog. Nobody believes. Now everybody believes in the Bengals. Everybody believes in Cincinnati going to this game. So it's a little bit of a weird role reversal for two teams that usually are on the opposite sides of this thing.
Here's the other amazing part. You're winning with Mike Brown. I mean, that
is amazing.
That is something that, and I think that's what
maybe,
I don't know. Maybe that's why it takes you a little longer to believe in Burrow. Maybe that's why it takes you a little longer to believe in the Bengals. It might be just because of that guy and what comes with that baggage that's been there forever. And now we're watching and a Zach Taylor, who wasn't necessarily looked at as some kind of great coach or anything like that. He was here in Miami, dude. He was like an assistant quarterback coach or something here in Miami. And Arumo was here in Miami also, by the way, as a defensive coordinator. So, these kind of guys, and then you look at them and you're there in Cincinnati, and it's almost like once you go there, doesn't matter who you are, you're not taken nearly as serious because overall it's Cincinnati. And I think that malaise kind of blinds us to a certain level.
I think you're right. And, man, it's going to be really interesting. Like, in a weird way, both of these teams, we always talk about pressure in the playoffs. And I can't remember if we talked that in your show last week, Big O, or not. But I remember saying to multiple people, I thought the Bills were under the most pressure last week because the Bills were the preseason favorite. And everybody picked them, and they're at home, and they got to win this game. And I mean, look, let's call it what it was. They choked like dogs in that game. I mean, they just flat out choked like dogs in that football game.
Yep.
This game is weird because I feel like oddly both teams are under a lot of pressure. Like the Chiefs are under pressure because they have to beat the Bengals at some point. They're home, 2 in a row at home, losing to them in the AFC title game. That's tough. On the flip side, if you're the Bengals, you mentioned Mike Brown. It made me think about this. So I looked up their free agents upcoming this season. Now, Burrow, of course, is not a free agent, but he is due for a massive contract extension or becomes eligible for one. Tyler Boyd, he's got 1 year left on his deal. Then he's a free agent. I would imagine he probably walks after next year. T. Higgins, one more year.
This year. No, doesn't he? No,
he's got one more year. He's got 1 more year. Wow. And then it's like, well, but this offseason, like, you got a decision to make. Like, are you going to pay him a fortune and an extension, or are you going to be willing to let that go to the tag? Right? Like, that's a real decision. But then
he's a franchise guy, dude. He's gonna get number one money.
Huge money.
He becomes available.
100%. He's like, if I'm him, I'm saying you're paying me more than what AJ Brown got because it's another year later. The cap's going to go up. I want 27, 28 million a year. Period. Is Cincinnati, which let's face it, has known to be cheap forever. Are they going to pay Higgins, Chase, and Burrow? I don't think they are either.
They have to put you, as you know, they have to put that money in escrow.
Right.
So
All that guaranteed money's got to go in escrow immediately.
Yeah, Burrow's going to get $200 million guaranteed, bro.
Minimum.
And you're going to have to put that in escrow. You have to write a check for $200 million in cash.
Correct.
And then you have to pay the receiver.
Yep.
So you can't pay both receivers. There's no way that Mike Brown can do that.
After next year, like they have like serious things going on. And even this year, if you look, Hayden Hurst is a free agent for them this year. After this season, Jermaine Pratt, who's a really good linebacker, he's a free agent after this year. Jesse Bates, Von Bell, Eli Apple, all of them, they're all free. Like, there's some pressure on the Bengals because the Bengals are typically not known to pay teams or to pay players. Like, they don't do it. And even after the season, some of those guys, like I said, who aren't unrestricted free agents but have 1 year left, Burrow's going to come knocking for an extension. Higgins is going to want an extension. Logan Wilson's going to want an extension. Like, you're going to have real and look, you've been in a locker room, so have I. Those guys might be under contract. If they don't get extensions this offseason, they're going to be pissed.
Oh, yeah.
So that's going to factor in. Like, they're going to go from this, hey, we're young, everybody's an underdog, to like, hey, man, look, it's time to pay everybody.
Yeah.
And that, I'm not saying it's going to blow the whole team up, but like, they're going to have to make real decisions, just like the Chiefs had to with Tyreek Hill going to Miami, Tyrann Mathieu leaving. They're not quite there yet because Burrow's still going to be cheap for a couple of years, but like all those other ancillary pieces, they're not going to be able to keep every one of them. So I think there's a lot of pressure on both those teams to win on Sunday night.
Yeah, it's their window. It is
their window. 100%.
This is their window right now. The other thing that I was going to ask you, all right, so, and this is the fun part about it because he's not really getting killed for this. So if Burrow, I'm sorry, if Josh Allen, he loses in the wild card year, his first year, then lost in the conference, then lost in the division rounds the last 2 years.
Yep.
So I'm just wondering because, this getting over the hump stuff. And I just, first of all, he's got to get there and perform and all that kind of stuff. But I had some fun yesterday. I said, if they put Tua in the same position, they would be roasting his ass right now because he can't get past the divisional round with that team and the window and all that kind of stuff. Because for the Bills, by the way, they also have windows because they're going to have to pay a whole bunch of people also on their team. And that's coming up like now. It's coming up. You're going to have to pay some of these guys.
Right.
So all of a sudden, I'm just looking at it, and then, like I told you earlier, all that comes out of it, he needs a better second receiver. But meanwhile, we're killing Dak Prescott, which we should because he choked like a dog. But I'm just saying, Josh Allen, with all the praise and all the talent that he has, and how talented that team is, and how much we think they're a Super Bowl contender, well, they're not even getting there to the Super Bowl. So I'm just wondering, why isn't Josh Allen getting more criticism? Because I could put other quarterbacks in that same position and he would be getting roasted right now.
No, I think a lot of it, honestly, is people of our ilk in the media who have built him up to be God in cleats. And now it's like, well, if I criticize him, I really kind of look like a dope. So I'm going to let it go by the wayside, where Tua's been getting criticized ever since he stepped in the league. And
right. So that's easy.
So it's easy. Right. Why not? But with Allen, like, he's a great talent. That being said, can he win anything before he becomes like this like, he's a top level quarterback? Look, he's talented like a top level quarterback, and he's terrific. I'm not saying he's not terrific, but like, he's won nothing. And 2 of the last 3 years, they've gotten plowed in the playoffs, not beaten, plowed. Like, they took a 9-0 lead against Kansas City in the 2020 AFC title game, and then the Chiefs went on a 38-9 run. Okay, like, blew them out. In fact, it was 38-6. 38-6 run, blew them out of the building. The following year, Allen played great. It's not his fault they lost to the Chiefs.
Yeah, he did play great.
He was phenomenal. It was awesome. One of those days he ran into Mahomes on the wrong day, and he ran into a coaching staff that screwed him over with 13 seconds left. Then this past weekend, like, he didn't play well against Miami. He wasn't good in that game. Then he comes back and plays. Look, and they all played brutally, but he was right there with them. Like, he was terrible too. My biggest problem with Allen in that game was he looked like he had no idea what he was seeing defensively. Like, you've been in the league for 4 years. You had no clue what was happening there. Like that was disconcerting. Actually, he's been in the league 5 years. I think, look, he's really talented. He also makes way too many mistakes. There's a lot of games you watch him, you're like, man, he's just like killing him. With some of this stuff. I think he's great. I think he's a top 5 level talent. But I got to be fair. I also think Herbert's a really talented guy. Like, win a game. Win a game.
We talk about
like,
right.
I mean, at some point here, now Allen's won more than Herbert has. But when you play Mahomes and you play Burrow, who are the standard bearers in the NFL and certainly in the AFC, you don't win. Like, you don't win these big games. You're 0-3 against them in these big spots. I don't care if you beat them in week 5. I don't care. Like, Jacoby Brissett has beaten Burrow and Mahomes in the regular season. I don't care about that. You got to win these big games. And Allen doesn't only not win these games, but in 2 of the 3 games, he's been awful. It matters.
I'm with you. All right. So let's talk about something that's been brewing for a long, long time. And it's all in Dallas, baby. It's all there in Dallas. Yes, sir. Let's talk about it. Dak Prescott. Obviously, that was a monster choke job. Talk about somebody that looked like a complete deer in headlights. Some of the throws he was making, you'd expect a 7th-round rookie to be making some of the throws he was making in that game. And there's no doubt that the guy that is to the right of us on the screen is the major problem and the reason why this franchise will never move forward ever. But I got to say, McCarthy is completely in the clear here. I'm not picking on McCarthy one damn bit. You were handed that kicker that was falling apart, and he finally made a couple field goals, and your quarterback falling apart. I'm not going to blame Mike McCarthy for that. So your thoughts on Dak Prescott / the old geezer?
I mean, look, what is the one constant over the last almost 30 years now? 27 years, 27 seasons?
The old geezer.
Jerry Jones. I mean, Jerry Jones is the constant, okay? And Jerry Jones, whether he likes to be called it or not, he's a meddler. He gets way too involved with this stuff. The other side of it is, I'm with you with McCarthy. Like, everybody wants to kill that last play. I mean, who cares? They're not winning the game. Like, that game was lost because Dak Prescott threw 2 horrendous interceptions. And by the way, it was lucky he didn't throw more. Should have thrown more. I mean, he was awful. So let's be honest about this. Dak missed 5 games in the regular season, and he led the league in picks. And then he played great against Tampa. That's great. Then went to San Francisco. You can throw on the Niners. There's this misnomer that, like, they're so unbelievable defensively that you can't do anything. Look, the Niners are great defensively. You can throw on that team. That's why, by the way, if the Niners get to the Super Bowl, I'll pick either one of the teams in the AFC. Because they will just spread them out and be, here it comes. And there's
the Dolphins had them. Okay?
You can throw on them.
Tua was off that day. And there were guys wide open. That's one of the games where I really praised McDaniel because he schemed it beautifully, dude. Guys were open, and that's one of those games, one of those few games that I have to look and say, dude, the quarterback was off that day.
He played poorly.
Tua was off that day.
I mean, the Niners, you can throw on their corners. Like, if there's one thing about San Francisco, the corners are not good. You can just look. Kansas City scored 44 points and had 2 turnovers. Like, it's not. I think if Kansas City or Cincinnati plays San Francisco, I think they're winning the game. Now, Cincinnati or Kansas City against Philly, I'm more open to it either way. Yeah. Philly's a powerhouse, man. That team, they do a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and the quarterback's convinced me. Hurts has gotten he's
good.
He's getting to where Fields and Lamar have not been able to. He has really improved his accuracy. Yes. He can win from the pocket, and to me, that's the key to any of these running quarterbacks. They have to be able to win from the pocket because there's going to be times that defense is going to corral you and keep you in there, and you're not going to be able to use your legs as that weapon that really, complements your game. So if you're stuck in the pocket, you need to be able to beat them. And man, I have been so impressed with Hurts. And I'm with you, man. Philly is loaded. They're healthy. They've gotten the break of avoiding a lot of injuries. And so, yeah. And if they get to the Super Bowl, they're going to give Hurst 2 weeks to get even healthier.
Right.
Because obviously he got banged up, although he was running in the last game. So it looked like he was obviously, improving overall. All right, so what's the prediction for the AFC and NFC championship games? What do you got?
I think Philly wins by a touchdown. I just think they're better. I think Hurts against Purdy is going to be the difference. I think Hurts will play okay in this game. I don't think he's going to be unbelievable. The Niners are good defensively, but I think he'll be good. I think the Eagles, who had 68 sacks in the regular season, are going to be a problem for Purdy in this game. I think that will be the difference. I think they'll turn him over a couple of times. In the AFC, I think like I'm pretty confident Philadelphia will win. The AFC, I think, is a coin flip. Like I said, I'm going to take Cincinnati. I mean, they beat him every time they play him. Mahomes isn't 100%. Now, how healthy is he? You know, you talk to people around them. It's obviously pretty cloak and dagger right now. They will kind of, hey, he feels pretty good. What does that mean? I don't know. I mean, maybe he really does. Maybe he doesn't. I'll say this about the AFC title game. If the Chiefs don't turn the ball over, I think they win the game. But they turn it over every time they play Cincinnati. So I will say Cincinnati wins by a field goal again, and people in Kansas City are going to lose their minds. But I think I will take Cincinnati and Philadelphia. I'm more confident in my NFC pick than I am in my AFC pick, but that's where I'll land on it.
All right, by the way, before I ask you about stacking the box, I forgot to ask you, because you get to talk to people around the league. Fangio, is Fangio more about waiting for Sean? Albright had a report out there that the interest in Sean Payton hasn't been what he expected, apparently. And I know he's asking for 20 to 25 million per year, so there aren't a lot of teams willing to pay that and the compensation for the trade. So I understand that. Fangio is interviewing here today in Miami. So a lot of Dolphin fans are hoping that Fangio becomes the defensive coordinator, and there's already that connection with McDaniel that people talked about last year. So what are you hearing there on the Fangio side?
You talk to people around that. I think that, you know, Fangio in Miami, I think is seen as a pretty good fit. I think it's let's put it this way. I think he's definitely the front runner for the job. I think he's the front runner for the job. I don't think he's going to wait
on the Fangio side, because it looks like he's got like a ton of options.
He does. But I think, you know, look, as you mentioned, there's a connection. And I think, too, look, Fangio's a guy that everywhere he goes, that defense immediately gets better. Like, they're always good defensively. I think Fangio looks at that and goes, I think the offense can score points. So defensively, you know, we don't have to hold teams to 13 points like we had to do in Denver. I think there's a reasonable chance that it happens. I do. As far as Peyton goes, I mean, first of all, Ben does a great job. I know Ben. I like Ben. I would tell you that all I've heard is similar in the sense that I don't think there's just not a lot of teams that are going to pay that much money for a head coach. Like, Denver has the money to do it. Carolina's got the money to do it, but the price is higher for Carolina in compensation because it's in division. Right. Arizona's not paying anybody $20-25 million to be their head coach. Okay. No. And with the Texans, I don't know that they're like DeMeco Ryans makes a lot of sense for Houston. He played there. You know, I think there's a lot of, you know, you don't have to pay him nearly as much as you're going to pay Peyton. I think that's probably the likelihood there in Houston, or at least if you said who's the leader in the clubhouse, I'd give you Ryans for Houston. If Peyton comes back this year, I think he's in Denver. I don't know that that's a certain.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought he would go to Carolina only. I don't think he would go to Denver because of the Russell Wilson
I
thing.
don't know. I don't know that Carolina will pay the price tag both in money and in draft capital, because it's going to be more expensive for Carolina than it's for anybody else because he's in the division.
Yeah.
Denver will pay the financial price. Now, the question for me is, will Peyton ultimately sign on to go there? I think Denver wants him in the worst. I think Peyton, if he comes back, would go there. I wouldn't rule out Carolina for one reason. Tepper's got more money than God. And if he just decides on a whim, you know, that's one thing with coaching I've learned. Anybody who will sit there and tell you that's guaranteed, that's definitely going to happen, you don't know, because there's no cap involved. And if an owner just wakes up one day and goes, you know what, I will pay him that money. But if I had to guess, I think Reich is the favorite in Carolina. I think Peyton is the favorite in Denver if he decides to take the job. And I think in Houston, DeMeco Ryans a favorite. Indy, God only knows. Indy, that could be Saturday. It could be Bieniemy. It could Indianapolis to me is the one that I throw up your hands. No idea. But those other three, I feel like that's probably what you're looking at least right now.
All right, tell them about Stacking the Box, my brother.
Every Tuesday afternoon at noon Eastern time, 11 Central. You can check it out. You comment in real time. Also, you can watch it just on the YouTube channel, Stack the Box. Subscribe there. Up over 6,000 people, so it's been nice. I see some of you guys in there, which is cool. But check that out on Mondays. Get the column on fanside.com. I tweet it out. You can follow it all there as well.
There you go. Getting it done as always. Follow him on Twitter at Matt Verderam. We will catch up next week, my friend. Enjoy the football.
Take care.
You got it. Don't forget, Red Recover right now. All the wraps are on sale, 50% off. One hell of a deal. Somebody out there in your family that is hurting. They work all day on their feet. They've got sore feet. We've got wraps that will assist with their feet. They can just use it for 15 minutes a day, and their feet are going to feel so much better. If you have old injuries, old surgeries, man, shoulders, elbows, knees, hips, back, neck, you name it, we've got the wrap for you. We've got it even for dogs, big dogs, small dogs, for their hips, because they sometimes have some issues. Go to redrecover.com and you get 50% off. Take advantage right now.
This has been The Huddle with NFL reporter Matt Verderam. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with their medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being.
All right. By the way, I'm being challenged here by Frankie Fresco. Thank you for the love on the super chat. He says, I was testing you and you got it right. Okay, on the first one. Now let's try again. He wants Tony Storm or Ruby Soho. All right, I'm gonna have to go with Tony Storm on this one, man. You know, the storm is in place right now. The name Tony, I'm looking at Tony Iommi from Black Sabbath. I'm thinking this Tony spells it like that Tony. That Tony's one of the ultimate badasses, one of the godfathers of heavy metal, right? So Black Sabbath brought that storm all the time. So I'm going to go with Tony Storm over Rudy Soho. That's the prediction right there. Sean?
Just before you go, it's Ruby, not Rudy. I don't know if that's going to change.
Ruby. I'm sorry, Ruby Soho.
Ruby Soho. I know how you do your name, so I want to make sure you got the right one just in case that changes anything.
Yeah, well, tonight I'll be saying goodbye, Ruby Soho. That's it. All right.
I agree with you. I think it's a good pick. They're turning Tony Storm and Soraya heel. So
that's it. And we have the theme song to say goodbye. Goodbye, Ruby Soho. There you go.
And then
who could hang a half Nelson on you? All right, go ahead. What'd you say?
No, I was going to say another thing to add to what we were talking about Jay Briscoe. Today would have been his 39th birthday.
Oh, wow. Okay. Did you send me that link?
It's going to be sent in a minute.
Okay. All right. We will contribute to the fund. Bitcoin's at 22,650, by the way. All right. That's right. Big O knows wrestling. You damn right I know wrestling. Nobody breaks it down like we do. Big O, will you be dressing up like Kiss for your music show? No, I will not. What will be the format of your music show? Well, I'm thinking interviews with some artists. If we can get some artists on, which I know we will. We'll get some artists on. I'm also thinking, like talking music news that's going out, tours that are going out, talking about maybe some of the set lists that some of these bands are playing. Obviously, historically, we'll go over some of the stuff that we talk about with music. Somebody was asking me about my all-female lineup. Well, you know what? Somebody was asking me if I had to create an all-female lineup. And I was thinking about that. And I was like, man, what would I do to create an all-female lineup? Right. And I'm thinking of who the what's it called? who would be my bass player, because that's where I actually kind of, that's kind of where I said, okay, well, what do I do? Do I go Susie Quattro there? So for those of you out there that were asking, and Quattro's still with us, so I'm going to go with people that are still with us. Okay, I'm not going to go all time. All right, because then I would go Karen Carpenter on drums. What's her name now? Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Hold on, because here we go. I need her name now that there it is. Okay, now I got it. All right. I got it now. All right, here we go. Ready? My singer is Lizzie Hale. Okay. Talk about women that are now, I could go Pat Benatar, but I'm going to go Lizzie Hale. I could go Ann Wilson, but I'm going to go Lizzie Hale because I'm going to, go hard rock here. Okay. Susie Quattro will be my bass player. Sherry Osei is my drummer. She's the drummer for Simple Minds. And Cherie does an excellent job. And then Nita Strauss is going to be my guitarist. Okay? So there you go. Because Lizzie can play rhythm guitar and sing her ass off. I've always said Lizzie Hale, if you got Pat Benatar and Joan Jett, and you made them, you blended the genes, you would get Lizzie Hale, because she's like a cross between those two. You know what I'm saying? So there you go. If I had to make an all-girl group of musicians nowadays, okay, there you go. Nita Strauss guitar, Lizzie Hale singing rhythm guitar, Susie Quattro bass, and Cherie Osei as my drummer. Okay. And go check out Cherie's solo drumming skills with Simple Minds. She does a really good job. What else do we have going on? Yoko Ono, lead vocalist. You are just a torturer. That's what you are, my brother. Yoko Ono. He loves using that Yoko Ono line. Doug, you are amazing. I got to tell you. Not as amazing as Mina Protocol is, because Mina Protocol is up 11.5%, and it is over 66 cents. Holy moly, bro. Yeah. Love it. That's an interesting blockchain, Mina Protocol. Anyway. All right. Do want to tell you about EJD Construction. We love talking about EJD Construction. 305-433-4843. Great people. Eric, he knows what he's doing, man. He's been at this for a long, long time. They get a AAA rating from the Better Business Bureau. Custom home construction, major home remodeling. They are fully insured, liability and workers' comp. So anybody that steps on your property and gets injured, they are covered. They are fully insured. Remember, when you hire people that are working in your home or business and they're not fully insured and they get injured on your property, they can literally sue you. Okay? And some of you are going to freak out about that. And that's why I'm telling you, even if you don't hire EJD Construction, you hire somebody else, please make sure they prove to you they're fully insured. Because if not, then you're at a liability, a major liability. By the way, they do it all. It doesn't matter what you want to do. Okay? You need to build an extension to your home. You want to add a room or two. You want to add a second floor. You want to add an observation deck at the top of your house, like one of our listeners did. You want to add some additions to your backyard, like let's say a full barbecue kitchen, grease trap. They do all of that kind of stuff, man. Custom home construction. You want TVs coming out of the wall, out of the floor, out of the roof, whatever. They do it all. You want to modernize that kitchen and gut it out and bring it all up to modern specifications, that kind of stuff. Man, EJD Construction can do it all for you. 305-433-4843. Now remember, it's only in Dade and Broward County. So our friends in Palm Beach or Monroe County, no. EJD Construction, only Dade and Broward County. Save that number on the cell phone, 305-433-4843. Reggie Baptiste is saying, Big O, I'm going to the Greta Van Fleet concert in Bahrain. Nice. I will be seeing them in Montreal, actually, with Metallica. I think that one. I know the Mexico one they're opening. Maybe in Montreal also they're opening. I think it's them and Pantera, maybe. Looking forward to it. Yep. Always a good show with Greta, man. And their last album, I thought they did a terrific job. And I understood what they were trying to do, because they wanted to have kind of a different sound. Because what I laugh at? Because some people would say, well, Greta Van Fleet sounds like Led Zeppelin. Well, yeah, they do have some influences in their first album, their first EP and their album, right? The first two records that they put out, the EP and the first album, has a lot of Zeppelin influence. That doesn't mean that you should take their music any less serious. You still have to create the music. It still has to sound good. Okay, so I'm not supposed to listen to the Monkees because they sound like the Beatles? Sorry. I'm going to listen to Last Train Out of Clarksville and Hey, we're the Monkees and all kinds of stuff and Daydream Believer and all that. I don't care that it has that. Early Whitesnake has very, Coverdale has very, has a bunch of Robert Plant-like influences in it. So I'm not supposed to listen to them? I mean, that's like the history of music, that you can start to listen to one band that, has influences from another, but you still have to separate the music. Is the music good? And that's where I think the ignorance sets in for some fans. And that's happened a lot with Greta. Oh, no, they sound too much like Led Zeppelin. Yeah, there are some songs that they have that Zepp influence in them. Okay, but is it great music? They didn't copy the song from Zeppelin. They wrote their own goddamn music. Just like, the Monkees didn't write it. Somebody else, it was the, what's the name of that whole, the Wrecking Crew. They're the ones that wrote the music for the Monkees. But it sounded a lot like the Beatles. So what am I supposed to do? Not listen to it? No, it's great music. Last Train Out of Clarksville is just a fantastic song. Period. End of story. I don't give a shit who sings it. You know what I mean? So, yeah, these are the kind of things that we'll do on the music show. Things like that sometimes will give you a different perspective, and we can play off one band sounding like another, but yet, in the 80s, there's a lot of these metal bands that have kind of the same sounds. So am I, because there's some similarities between Rat and Motley Crue, am I not supposed to, listen to one because it has the same influences as another? No, dude, I'm not doing that. That's ridiculous. Did the music they make sound good? Oh, it did? Okay, great. We're off and running. And that's all that matters. To me, that's the silliness right now. Some people do that. Carol K on bass, Sheila E on drums, Char on the 12-string acoustic guitar, Linda Ronstadt, lead singer, Sarah Huckabee, food, Miss Piggy for PR person. It's a hell of a band. Hell of a band. All right, that's pretty cool. That's a monster band. And Charo is like an underrated guitarist. When you think of Charo, you just think of like hotness back in the day. That's all you think about. Coochie coochie and all that stuff. You know? Ragin says, definitely keep Strauss, but I'd add Allison Robinson from the Donnas. The chick is a badass. Okay. Nita Strauss is good. I've seen her in concert a couple times. Nita's really, really good, man. Let me tell you, I was thinking also of Otani, but I gave Nita Strauss the edge over Otani. But there's a couple of guitarists out there, man, that are really, really ladies playing guitar that are incredibly impressive. Last time I saw Metallica in Montreal in 1992, singer walked out after 10 minutes. Big riot. Yeah, something tells me I won't have to deal with that. Holt Beauchart says Tua needs to practice how to fall safely to avoid concussions next season. Call Cam Cameron. Fail forward fast. Should throw in local artist segment too. Maybe. Remember, it's not really a local show, but that might be something that we could do. Could do some underground bands all over the place, not necessarily here. When is the deadline Miami can pick up Tua's fifth-year option? This offseason, it's I got to look it up. I'm not exactly sure when it is. Do want to remind you about Edge Energy Drink. We love talking about myedgedrink.com. And folks, it is absolutely delicious. And I know it's not normal to order online, right? It's just one of those things you kind of got to adjust to. But let me tell you, if you love energy drinks, I just want you to take the chance. Just make one order, okay? Use our code Big O, save 10% off. Go to myedgedrink.com. If you love energy drinks and you're always drinking it, I just want you to give it one chance. Okay? After you try it, you find out it's only got 78 calories. You taste it, it's delicious. You notice that it has zero aftertaste. It's going to blow you away. All right? That's why I'm telling you, delicious, smooth, and zero aftertaste. You're going to freak out. And then when you mix it with, like a little vodka, which I love, it just completely disguises the vodka and it tastes so good. Or maybe a rum or something else you want to mix it up with. It's a great elixir. Just try it. Go to myedgedrink.com. Okay, it is going to explode this year all over the place. And you guys are going to be some of the first people that say, wow, I tried this drink and it is off the chain. Go to myedgedrink.com and find out for yourself why it is delicious, smooth, and zero aftertaste. After you try it, you're going to go, damn, is right. This thing is crazy. It is awesome. And only 78 calories. Go to myedgedrink.com. Hunter Butler says, I guess Tua training in AK with Zonk worked. I guess so. We will find out whatever happens with Tua and whatever is going to work this offseason. To me, it's more about getting rid of the football than anything else. Remember, you can make a donation through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show at Cash App or Venmo. So reach out to us there. Let's see. What else do we have going on? 311, by the way, is coming to the Culture Room March 6th. Just announced. How about that? Okay. All right. What else do we have going on in the world of sports? So we got Fangio visiting. We got Desai from Seattle visiting. 2 defensive coordinators. Chris Richard also on the radar. And remember, there's also a couple of other names. The Ejiro Evero, defensive coordinator for Denver. He's a young guy. He's 42. And then Chris Kusarik, the 49ers defensive line coach, who's 44 years old. Jerome Henderson's another guy that people have talked about, the Giants defensive backs coach. And Aaron White, He is the Jets D-line coach also. There you go. So those are some of the names that people have been throwing out there, and we'll see what happens. Let me see. Oh, speaking of music, did you ever watch Get Back? I am now more of a John fan. Genius. John Lennon? Yeah, well, I mean, John is amazing. Yes, I did watch it, and it was pretty cool that they were able to film all of that at that time, kind of like a reality show, and then just watching them create music. It was a cool experience to watch it. But yeah, I've always been a Beatles fan. You know what I mean? Always loved the Beatles. So Lennon and McCarthy for me are just, and George Harrison too, obviously was a genius. I always joke around that I wish Lennon would have, survived and not been shot and all that, because I'll go see the Beatles as long as I can just see McCartney and Lennon. You know what I mean? Obviously, you would love to have Harrison in there and Ringo, but those two were just. It's like Glenn Fry and Don Henley. You know what I mean? There were other talents on the Eagles, but those two guys just took it to another level. And George Harrison in his own right, he was still able also to write some pretty good music on his own and all that. But what Lennon and McCarthy did is just, it's another level, man. That's why Don Henley and Glenn Fry had, individual success compared to everybody else in the Eagles, because those guys were just absolute freaks. They were Hall of Famers in their own right, just in their solo careers. Big O, how about sign Taylor Heineke and draft a QB in the second or third round? Make this year a prove it year for Tua to show he can stay healthy. If he doesn't, then move on. Yeah, I don't have a problem with any of that. And unfortunately, next year is a prove it year for Tua, because if he doesn't show you that he can learn how to stay healthy, because he can learn how to stay healthy. Okay, I'm convinced most of his injuries come from his own irresponsibilities, and he's got to learn how to be responsible. And if he can't learn how to be responsible, then you need to move on. Pretty simple. That's what you got to do. You got to move on. All right, what else do we have going on in the world of sports? By the way, Alan Poupard is set to join us here in 5 minutes. We will discuss with that young man a little Dolphins talk. We'll get into the defensive coordinators. We'll get his thoughts on what he thinks. So there we go. Danger Mouse Gray album was interesting. I wish Eddie K was still on the air for more more gambling talk. I never understood that move. But then again, I never understand most of the moves that these radio companies do. But Ed Kaplan was awesome, incredibly knowledgeable, very fair, and besides that, a really good dude. But not only that, on top of all that stuff, he was also a very, very successful broadcaster in his own right. He did something that nobody was ever able to do. He brought value to late night radio. Nobody's been able to ever do that in this town. Only Ed Kaplan brought value to late night sports talk. And what I mean by that is, if your hosts are tied to a lot of sponsors, it must be a pretty successful show. That's kind of the sign of it. Because if you have the sponsors, then you have the listeners. And so there's the synergy is there, And this is a guy that had all the pari-mutuels advertising on QAM. The dog tracks, the horse tracks, the high life frontons. And, nowadays he would have had the casinos too. And you go and fire a guy that's producing money. Like, it's crazy. Jade Alexander, who just got hired, by the way, congratulations to her. I don't know her personally, but I worked with her in the building and I know of her. And when they fired her, like, okay, wait a minute. This woman gets #1 ratings, has a boatload of sponsors, really great to work with, and you're firing a person that's exceptional? It's the weirdest thing that happens in this business, and I don't understand it. Like, it's odd. Why would you fire Ed Kaplan? You never could put somebody in his place to then generate revenue at a time you never generate revenue. Notice what has happened since he left. You never generated revenue again from that time slot. How does that not? Where does that make business sense? In what planet does that make business sense? See what I'm saying? So these are things that is just, and a lot of you may not even know who I'm talking about. But he was a legend in this town for a long time, man. Really good dude. One of my idols, by the way. One of my motivators to getting into this business was Ed Kaplan. He was the first guy that really motivated me. Hank was another and all that. But Ed was like the main guy. For me, at least, personally. So I always have a special spot in my heart for Ed Kaplan, man. Let's see. Dave Millick said Jeff Lynne is a genius songwriter, producer. Also, John Lennon called him the fifth Beatle. No, sir. George Martin is the fifth Beatle. I would call George Martin the fifth Beatle, but that's all right. Dolphin 13 says, Big O, all 4 teams that won had one thing in common. They outrushed their opponent significantly, except the Jaguars. That has been the formula since the day of time in the trenches. Always. Always. You should always try to run the ball. That makes you a better offense. That makes your quarterback better. That makes your offensive line better. That makes your coordinator better. There's just all kinds of positives to it. Yes. And it would help also when Mike McDaniel's team is actually running the ball, he would actually stay with it. We'll see if he learns that in 2023. All right. Speaking of three as in the third hour, we are going to take a very quick break here and get ready for Alan Poupart, baby, and our EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins and NFL report.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slowens, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
For over 16 years, EJDConstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDConstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDConstruction.com.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Dolphins fans, time to get insight on your favorite team with your favorite reporter with an Expos hat. Sports Illustrated's Alan Poupart in our EJDConstruction.com Miami Dolphins report, exclusively on a Big O radio show.
All right, there he is. Fresh from Montreal. Yeah, baby. So how much French were you talking last week?
A good bit. It wasn't Montreal, though. It was actually outside of Quebec City.
Ah.
4 hours away from Montreal.
Oh. Okay. And you're good with your French? You haven't forgotten anything? Or
I forget words. I like my pronunciation's perfect and all that, but I forget words, like very simple words that
you're out of practice, right?
Sorry,
you're out of practice.
I'm out of practice, correct.
Right, yeah. That's how I am. That's how I am with Spanish. I'm a complete disaster with Spanish now.
Mm-hmm.
Total. I mean, not that I was ever really any good, but I really got like terrible now. I mean, like it's really, really bad nowadays because I forget. All right, so we got Fangio in town.
Mm-hmm.
We got Desai in town.
Mm-hmm.
So talk to me. What's going on here? Is Fangio realistic? Or is he just using a couple of teams for leverage because he's going to go with Sean Payton anyway? But what do you think? And by the way, Ben Albright reported yesterday that apparently the market wasn't nearly as robust as Sean Payton thought it would be, which is kind of odd. But you go ahead.
Well, he's a great coach, but then you have to deal with the Saints, which is, I'm sure, turning off some teams, and the Saints know that they don't need to do anything to accommodate Sean Payton. It's like, you enjoy, you quit on us to go work at Fox. Well, why don't you continue enjoying your gig at Fox? So, right. I'm sure that has something to do with it. I don't think there's anybody who would question, the caliber of head coach that Sean Payton is. He's kind of proven it. In addition to Fangio and Desai, we also need to mention Chris Richard and Anthony Campanelli, who also are candidates who will get interviews. Here's the thing: is Mike McDaniel wanted Vic Fangio last year. Basically, was told by the Dolphins, Josh Boyer is your guy, and you're staying with him. Now those, what's the word I'm looking for? Those restraints are gone. So if he wants them, it's there for the taking. So you would think he'd be the heavy candidate, the heavy favorite to land the gig. Out of the other ones, I mean, Campanelli obviously has made quite an impression on the Dolphin coaching staff. He doesn't have a ton of experience at that level. So is that the kind of candidate we want? Same with Sean Desai. Doesn't have a very long resume in terms of being a D coordinator. He was a D coordinator with the Bears in 2021. Last year, he was co-defensive coordinator. Or senior or something with the Seahawks. I don't think he had a DC title, but that's only like 2 years. Fangio's a guy with a very long resume. So
no,
again,
forget it.
Again, I would think he's the heavy favorite.
Yeah, if not Fangio, I actually would love Lovie Smith here, actually, because being a former head coach too would be a nice sounding board for McDaniel. Plus, he's not really like opposite, like Fangio's opposite of McDaniel, because he's a fiery dude, whereas Lovey's also kind of a smooth talker, a calm and cool type of guy, and it might go well also, with McDaniel. Either way, I think they're both fits, you know what I mean? But my problem with going with these other guys is that they're not that much different than maybe Josh Boyer Josh Boyer could have gotten better and better as a coach. We don't know. When you never gave him a chance to grow. And then you look at some of these guys, it's kind of, if I'm going to, get rid of Josh, I want to get like a proven guy for sure that I feel like, okay, like, dude, what are you going to do? Argue with the resume of Lovie Smith or Vic Fangio compared to Josh to Josh? No, there's no comparison whatsoever. You know what I mean? Or to Desai or any of these other guys. Yeah, you got to go with those kind of guys. So that's the only thing that I'm concerned about, that if you don't go with the established guy, you're almost taking the same kind of gamble you were doing initially.
No, I completely agree. And truth be told, if you're going to dump Josh Boyer after a year where you don't get anything pretty much out of Agba until he gets hurt for the last 11 games, you don't have Byron Jones the entire year, you lose Brandon Jones early in the year, you lose Nick Needham early in the year, why bother bringing him back in the first place? I mean,
I wonder if he asked out. I really wonder, because if he thought he was going to get dangled because here's the thing, and this is the cynical one in me, and that's because I've been in the business for 30 years, and it just makes us this way. I almost feel like the letting go of Josh was, one, for him to go get another job right away, or two, he wanted out because he kind of saw the writing on the wall and he didn't want to get hung out to dry. And then, because look at the special teams coach. I think he's the worst coach out of the three from last year when we include McDaniel, Josh, and him. And yet they're keeping him around. And I almost think like, well, they're going to keep you around until they find the other guy, and then they're going to dump you. And then it's going to be late in this run for you to try to latch on somewhere else. Whereas I wonder if Josh said, yeah, I don't like I don't like what I'm seeing here. Guys, it might be a good thing for both of us to part ways. And then, he goes his own way. I don't know what's going on in this one. I just wonder, because I just feel like there's a little bit more to this story.
Yeah, no, you make a decently valid point. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Here's the thing: is how much juice does Josh Boyer right now have to be able to land a job?
I don't know. That's my problem. I'm not sure. But if something happens here in the next week or two or three, then we're gonna go, okay, he must have had some inkling on something. You know what I'm saying?
No,
I don't know.
Fair point. Yeah, no, it played out. It played out strangely. I mean, I don't know. The whole thing, like, I guess to me, from the get-go last year, again, maybe they should just if McDaniel wanted Vic Fangio last year, they should just let him hire him. But
yeah, I agree. I agree with that one, because changing the defensive scheme with an established guy like that, I'd rather take my chances with that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I probably would have I get what they wanted, continuity. So at least the first year would be smoother for the guy. I understand the method behind the madness. But, human Django has never really paid off for this team, and they've been playing it forever.
No, and again, I'm sure they weren't counting on the rush of injuries. Again, especially with Byron Jones, because so much of what they've done with this scheme, with the heavy blitzing, requires stud cornerback, stud cover corners in the back end, and they just didn't have that. As well as the replacements played, they're not like high end at this moment. They're not high end NFL cornerbacks. And on top of that, X wasn't right the whole year. So we're going to mention Byron Jones, and X wasn't right the whole year. So
that
didn't help either.
No, I'm with you there. That one just all right. So out of the young guys, have you been able to unearth any kind of information on one of those guys that you really like? Like for me, you hire Fangio or Lovey. Not that Lovey's even on this list. But if you hire any of those two guys, I'll be so freaking happy that they got those guys. But out of the young guys, brother, I haven't. Maybe next week when I go to Mobile, I'll be able to dig up a little bit more if they haven't made a decision by then. But it's just, do you know anything about these other guys that you would say, okay, this is the guy that I think has the potential to be really, really good?
Nothing major. I just got back in town like last night, so I haven't begun digging. I've kind of reached out a little bit to get some info on Desai, and all I know is like his reputation is that he's a heavy climber, that he's got a bright future and all that. Exactly why I haven't formulated that. Chris Richards, a guy who actually interviewed for the Dolphin head coaching job a while back, so he's obviously very highly thought of. That hasn't changed. And if the Dolphins thought highly enough of him to consider him as their head coach, one would think that, that he certainly would meet their requirement as a DC. Here's the thing, though, and I looked at his stats for his 3 years as a DC in Seattle. He inherited the best defense in the league, and maintained. He was there 3 years as a DC and maintained for the first year. Then there was a slight dip the second year, and then there was a bigger dip the third year. So was the great success as first year, strictly because of the player? Was he able to maintain what the previous guy had done?
Here's the other thing. Let me ask you one more thing on this. Here's my problem with why I want you to hire Lovey, or I want you to hire definitely Fangio. You just nailed it right now. Well, this guy's up and coming. This guy's up and coming. Well, then these guys are looking to become head coaches, and they're not going to be long for you either. So if they do perform well for a year or two, you're gonna be looking for another defensive coordinator in another year or two. If you get Fangio or Lovey, I don't think they're leaving for a head coaching job, because I don't think either guy is going to ever get another head coaching job again, unless they become interim head coaches, because, unfortunately Mike McDaniel lost his job. That's the plus also about getting those established guys. I think you can keep them around for several years, and you won't have to worry about changing that position again.
Yeah, and the other factor is you also have more of an idea of what you're getting, because there's a track record there. I like Lovey. My only reservation with Lovey is, as a head coach, I always found him horribly ultra conservative, and I would hate for any of that to rub off on McDaniel. It's okay for him to.
That won't rub. If he's a D coordinator, it won't rub off on him. It won't rub off on him.
One can only hope, because that would be my one concern. Because I can't deal with the ultra conservatism. Although there'll be some times maybe he reins in McDaniel a little bit.
Wade Phillips was the same way. Great defensive coordinator. Don't want him as a head coach, and he worked fine with Sean McVay. You know what I'm saying?
Great D coordinator.
Great D coordinator, right? And Lovey and Fangio are the same thing. Great D coordinators. Mm-hmm. I don't want him as my head coach. Completely and there's fair. Nothing wrong with that, by the way. Okay, right. That's not an insult. It's just some guys excel as coordinators and some guys excel as head coaches. That's what, or they excel at both. These guys don't happen to excel at both. Although Lovey Smith did get to the Super Bowl with sexy Rex Grossman.
Sexy Rexy.
That in itself is a pretty damn good accomplishment as a coach. Just got to say, I got to give him some love there. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's because he had Devin Hester returning every kickoff for a touchdown, and he put Brian Urlacher in the Hall of Fame because of that one season where Zach is still waiting his turn.
Yeah, but again, he still got to the Super Bowl with sexy Rex, so that's
correct.
Right, that in itself is a hell of an accomplishment. All right, what do you got in the championship games, my brother? What's the predictions?
If I go by what my eyes are telling me, I think Cincinnati right now is playing the best of any team in the AFC. Kansas City, to me, seems, and maybe it's because of my Chiefs fatigue syndrome. To me, they've kind of like slid by and just done what they needed to do, and nothing really overwhelming. And then you got Mahomes with the high ankle sprain. Of course, not going to stop him from making 75 stupid looking passes and completing them. But Cincinnati and by the way, like, what kind of a job is Lou Anarumo, our former Dolphin defensive assistant, doing over there? Man.
And Zach Taylor.
And And
by the way, and they're doing it with Mike Brown.
Yep.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Mike Brown.
No, correct. Right? No, they have turned that franchise around. Very impressive. So I think and the one question I have with the Bengals is the same one I had for their game against Buffalo, is that offensive line. I mean, they're replacing three starters, and they completely manhandled the Bills.
Yeah, they did great. They were running on them left and right.
Correct.
So they had good backups. They coached him up well.
Mhm.
I mean, that staff has done an exceptional job. I picked Cincinnati this past week and took the points. I took the money line and the points with Cincinnati. Because I said I was wrong, because I thought Cincinnati was a one-hit wonder like Ken Anderson and Boomer. And a couple weeks ago, I just kind of got to the point, like, I'm looking at their defense, and to me, that's the difference. To me, their defense makes plays.
Mhm.
They find ways to get off the field. They find ways to make big stops. And that, to me, has what's convinced me with the Bengals and why I picked them against Buffalo, and I'm picking them this week against KC. It's just a team that's really hitting its stride at the right time. Plus, I think Mahomes is going to be worse this week because I think that ankle just ballooned up, and he rode the adrenaline last week. Well, like anybody that has twisted their ankle in a pickup game or whatever, it. You could get by for the moment, but once you get home and you unleash that shoe and that thing blows up overnight, you're done. And so I don't think his mobility is going to be that great. And Joe Burrow is just a bad
man. He's a bad man. Yep.
Boy, he's just got that it oozes from him, dude. He's just another level quarterback, and that's
here's another factor about the Bengals, and it kind of is going to defeat my point about making defending Boyer with all the injuries. Is the Bengals have done all this? They lost their best cornerback weeks ago. I mean, and that's not insignificant. I mean, that's some major stuff right there, and doesn't matter. They just keep plugging along.
Everything.
Really,
line, secondary, they have done an awesome job. So it's impressive.
The other one, flip a coin, because I think Frisco is just so sound all over the place. But Philly's just so damn good on both lines.
I'm going Philly.
Push comes to shove, I'll prefer Hurts to Brock Purdy, who continues he's getting annoyingly overrated already. Please understand.
Wait a minute.
He's done a good job. Please realize what's around him. I mean,
right. But he does make some tough throws.
Sure.
And especially on third downs, they ask him to make certain throws, and he makes them to his credit. And again, he doesn't wow you with any ability. He doesn't have a great arm, and he doesn't have great athleticism, but he does have pretty good sense and timing and awareness. And so I give him credit because he does make some tough throws there, and that you can't take away that from the kid. I mean, from the moment he started against Miami, and when Jalen Phillips was barreling down on his ass, and he completed that third down.
That's the one play. But
that's the one play I said, okay, I need to see more of that, and I've seen more of that. I see it every week. There's a play or two just like it, and you have to say, okay, kid, you get some credit. You got some
impressive. But by the way, that he, since we're talking about him, 2 quick points I want to make is, number one, for the most part, he operates behind a pretty nice cushy pocket, which is not going to happen against that Philly pass rush. Number two, that this guy, no offense, as well as he's played, that this guy's a finalist for Offensive Rookie of the Year. It's a complete joke. I mean, he played five starts at the end of the regular season. Come on.
True.
What are we doing?
But it's part of the hype. That's what it is.
I guess. I mean,
yeah. It is. All right, what do you got going on, Sports Illustrated, you slacker, now that you're back?
Now that I'm back, I got to catch up, and I've got a million possibilities. Obviously, I'm going to dive into the DC search. I started top 10 lists from the 2022 season. Time flies. Did the top 10 offensive plays. I guess now I need to focus on the top 10 defensive plays, but there will be several other lists. I'm going to address the quarterback situation, everything that it entails at some point as well. And there's going to be a lot of stuff coming. And in which order I'm going to go, not sure, but there's going to be a lot of stuff. Check it out on alldolphins.com.
Exactly. You got to bookmark alldolphins.com and follow them on Twitter. You see it right there. If not, you're listening to the podcast. It's at Poopart NFL, baby. Alan, we will catch up on Friday, my friend. Appreciate you.
Sounds good. Have a good one.
You got it, my man. There you go. Alan Poupar in our EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins report.
You've been listening to the EJDConstruction.com Miami Dolphins Report with Sports Illustrated's Alan Poupart. For additions, home remodeling, and custom work, call Eric at 305-433-4843. EJDConstruction.com is your custom home builder and general contractor you can trust. 305-433-4843.
All right. Yeah. Anybody know any? See, you want music show? You know what is going to entail in the music show? Well, why don't we talk about Erykah Badu? So Erykah Badu ended up, lighting up social media on fire because she just tweeted out a picture of her and her daughter. And those of us that follow Erykah Badu, I've got like maybe 6 or 7 of her CDs. She's so good. She's just, fellas, if you don't know anything about Erykah Badu, okay, look it up, check out her videos, get a couple of her CDs, right? Get together a nice little evening with somebody that you care for, have a drink, sets the mood. It's really good music. I'm just saying, if you're looking to knock boots and set the scene, Erykah Badu's music will definitely get you going. But she's also got the badunkadunk. And by the way, mom is on the left in red and daughter is on the right. Okay. So I just want to thank Erykah Badu for showing the badunkadunks. Something we already knew she had, right? But, I guess she was saying, I passed it on to my daughter. Did she get a butt lift? No, Erykah's always had the badunkadunk, bro. That's always been her thing. Besides a great voice and a great talent, she's always had the bootay, bro. Poupart should do a story on how Brian Flores cost the Finns Joe Burrow by not following the tank plan in 2019. All he had to do was keep playing Josh Rosen, shaking my head. Dougie Fresh says, this is a visual of my last Pornhub search terms. There you go. Yeah, that's, yeah. Frankie says, really, she had. Maybe she's just got what's those things that they sell that you put underneath and they tighten things up a little bit or whatever. I don't know. But whatever. Either way, just want to thank Erykah Badu for the entertainment. Okay. I saw this, by the way, and kind of an interesting article, and we all know about this. Just to kind of stay a little bit on the music before I go back to sports here. But I ran into this article on artists that are not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Remember, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is Music Hall of Fame. You know what I mean? So so they put a list together of 137. Okay, which and legit, Bryan Adams. Alice in Chains is not in it. Greg Allman's not in the Hall of Fame. America. Okay. Anthrax. I don't know if I would put Anthrax right away, but yeah, maybe down the line I would put them on. There's a lot of people I would put in front, but I do like Anthrax. They put Asia on this list. I love Asia. I don't think I would put them in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, to be quite honest. Bachman Turner Overdrive. BTO, I think they're borderline. Bad Company, Hall of Fame. Like, why are they not in it? Beck, interesting call there with Beck. He's had enough hits. B-52s, how are they not already in the Hall of Fame? The Black Crowes, I'm going to go borderline. I don't know. I'm all right if they're out. Blackfoot, love my Southern rock. not a Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction. No. Blind Faith, good band. Obviously, you got a bunch of stars together. I'm not putting them in the Hall of Fame. Blue Cheer, not putting them in the Hall of Fame. Blue Oyster Cult. I love Blue Oyster Cult. Probably a borderline, not in the Hall of Fame. I mean, when you talk about Hall of Fame, we're talking about the best of the best. I don't know if I put Blue Oyster Cult there. Boston. How is Boston not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Their first two albums are simply just legendary. I don't get that one. But I mean, it's just you start to look at this list, and there is a bunch of artists, which we all kind of have talked about over the years. Joe Cocker is not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Phil Collins, by himself, solo, is not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young, not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. The Cult is kind of borderline. Don't know if I would put him there. You know, I mean, I could read this list forever. Bruce Ham says, made an appointment with Cutter's Edge, told them it was because of your show. Thank you, Bruce. Appreciate you, man. You're going to love them. The work that they do is just top notch, bro. Like when they're done, it looks professional. It looks well done, well thought out. It's just there's a rhyme and a reason to everything that they do, and it starts with William Quigley, you know, and Mike is just details, the way they designed our backyard, and by the way, you know what, Friday, no, we're at Acura. Monday, I'm home before I leave to Mobile, right? Monday, I'm going to do a segment in the backyard, and I'll show you guys personally, and we'll have some fun with that. But anyway, just the way they designed everything and the mix from the artificial turf and then the putting green and then all the foliage, the trees, the Sylvester palm, all that, which is just so big and beautiful. You're going to love it, man. You're going to love it. Yeah, you're going to love it. And the work is done the right way. The trees are like healthy, big trees, not these skinny little palms that some people will plant, and that's why they won't charge you. You know, they'll charge you very little, and you're like, oh, what a great deal. Yeah, you're not getting great plants. And so, yeah, it's one of those things. But, yeah, you're going to love it, man. They do great work. Absolutely great work. Pat in Nashville says, yeah, Phil Collins as a solo artist is not in. Is that crazy? That's like nuts. How is he not in there? Sting is probably not in there. And Holt says, wow, America needs to be there, right? Frankie says, Erykah Badu got a butt lift, FYI. How do you know, bro? Where's the story on the butt lift? How do you know? Let's see. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is like the WWE Hall of Fame. I can't make that comparison because I'm not smart enough to know what you mean with the WWE Hall of Fame. I have no idea what that means. There's a bunch of people not in that deserve to be in. Is that what you're saying? Ozzy isn't in the Hall of Fame as a solo. I think he is not in yet. No. And they should put him in. Ozzy should have been in a while ago as a solo artist. Let me tell you something. Once he was done with Bark at the Moon, for him to go through Blizzard of Oz, Diary of a Madman, and then Bark at the Moon, that alone puts you into the Hall of Fame. Just those 3 albums. The first 2 are just heavy metal masterpieces. Right? And then after that, there's a crap ton of songs he had for many more albums after that. My God. Ozzy by miles should be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame for his solo work. kidding me? Anyway, what else do we have going on in the world of sports? By the way, if you're a James Taylor fan, they are going to have he's going to have a residency in Las Vegas at the Chelsea, June 3rd, 4th, 7th, 9th, and 10th. Tickets go on sale this Saturday, the 28th. So if you want to see the great James Taylor in Las Vegas doing a residency, I think that's a really cool concert to go to Vegas and go hang out there and enjoy that. That is absolutely badass. So Vegas, June 3rd, 4th, 7th, 9th, and 10th. But the tickets go on sale this Saturday. So if you want to go, it is there for you. By the way, on this day in January 25th in music history, in 1964 on this date, the Beatles scored their first number one song in America with I Want to Hold Your Hand. The group would go on to have 24 other number ones in the U.S. In 79 on this date, Rolling Stone, the magazine, called the Cars the best new band of the year in their annual poll. You know what? I don't know if I didn't go through the whole list, but I wonder, the Cars should be in the Hall of Fame, right? They better be in the Hall of Fame. In 1983, look up for me there, Sean, band The Cars, and tell me if they're in the Hall of Fame. They have to be in the Hall of Fame. If they're not, that's a crime also. In 83, the Allman Brothers lost bassist Lamar Williams to lung cancer at 34. The rocker had joined the group in 72 after the death of original bassist Barry Oakley, that is. In 94, on this date, Alice in Chains released their third EP, Jar of Flies, which debuted at number one on the Billboard 200, becoming the first ever EP to do so. And they're not in the Hall of Fame. In 96, Rolling Stone magazine readers chose Smashing Pumpkins, Melancholy, and The Infinite Sadness as album of the year. Great album. Great freaking album. In 2006, Motley Crue received a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. And that's what happened on this date in music history. All right. Folks, when sports and business collide, oh, baby, we like doing something called the KSDT Sports Business Report. Soccer fans are growing all over the world, and they also know what great soccer is all about. That's right. NBC Sports cashing in its telecast of Arsenal and Man U on Sunday was the most watched Premier League match ever in the United States. NBC's coverage of Arsenal's 3-2 victory over Man U. That's right. We slapped that bitch Man U. Average 1.92 million English language viewers across NBC, Peacock, and digital platforms. The match drew an additional Spanish language, 382,000 viewers on Telemundo, and it made it the most watched Spanish language match since Manchester City and Liverpool, 440,000 in April. Led by Peacock NBC, they set a new record for simultaneously streamed Premier League matches with an average minute audience of 510,000. This past week in NBC in the Premier League, they damn it, get this out of my way. There we go. They staged the 8th annual Premier League Mornings Live Fest in Orlando. It was the second this season following a previous fan event in Philadelphia. So soccer growing in this country. The MLS is growing, little by little, but international soccer is absolutely monstrous, man. So those of you that thought that soccer wasn't going to, it's growing, man. And right now the MLS is averaging more per game than they do in the NBA and the NHL. And one thing I will say about Major League Soccer over the NBA, all their players play their games. That is your KSDT CPA Sports Business Report.
This has been the KSDT Sports Business Report. KSDT CPA is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax and accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit online at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
All right. So the Cars are in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. So that's good. Okay. They should be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. That would make no sense if they weren't in it. But then again, there's a crap ton of bands that aren't in it anyways, right? And so we can't say we're surprised if they're not in it overall. Let's see. Any questions out there you guys got for me? Remember, you can make a donation through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show. So if you have any questions, comments, or insults, or even a compliment, you can send it in on Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show. Jamie says, Big O, the Bills window has closed. This is the first year of Allen's big salary. Their roster talent is going to start to drop, and they will have to really rely even more on Allen to win games. Not good. Yeah, because he is erratic at times. So let's hope so. Listen, to me, I got to tell you, Jamie, and I get it. All right, Sean, go ahead. Fire it off if you want. The Dolphins cut the gap between the Bills and them. They played them tight this year. They beat them once. They should have beaten them at least twice, because the one they played 5 weeks ago, they should have won that game. And they had a shot 2 weeks ago. You know that, and I know that. And I'm willing to say it. The gap has been significantly closed between Miami and the Bills. What Miami needs is a little luck. And I get it. You want to call me a blind-ass fan. You want to call me an idiot, a moron, I'm lost, whatever. That's fine, man. It's all good in the hood. All right? Maybe I deserve it. But
blind-ass fan alert. Look out, everyone. We've got a blind-ass fan coming through.
I'm going with it. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it, man. If the Miami Dolphins get a couple of breaks, they're going to beat the Bills next year, and they're going to win this division. I truly feel that. So we'll find out. I'm not worried about the fact that, it's a great point you bring up that now when the quarterback salary kicks in, that starts to, create problems for a team, and you are 1,000% right on that. But I think Miami has cut that gap, and I think they've got a coach that can, if he can fix his in-game decisions, which very fixable. That's the thing I like about I don't like seeing what's gone on with McDaniel and some of the dumbass decisions he made throughout the year, but I do feel like he can get through it. He can figure it out. It's very fixable, the issues that happen. True Fin Fan says, you're not blind. There is no gap. Tremaine Edmonds need a contract too. Bills have some tough decisions. Yep. So does Miami. Tua Time says, since we won't have Squared Circle Digest this week, I need to find out if Sean thinks KO has any shot to take the title off of Roman at the Royal Rumble. Well, Sean, what do you got to say about KO in the Royal Rumble?
All right, I had to do a dramatic entrance. See a pause there, a little pause. Since they're billing it as a WWE Universal World Championship, I don't think there's any chance he wins at the Royal Rumble.
Okay. Well,
because
why?
Ultimately, they're gonna. The plan that I've heard, and again, take it. It is pro wrestling, so everything's taken with a grain of salt. Is that they're going to divide the belts up and the tag team belts as well, which is why they hinted this week, it was the Raw tag team titles defended on Raw. They were looking to see if there was any, how should we say, interest in seeing the belts get dropped. And ultimately, I think you're going to see the crumbling of the bloodline as it leads into WrestleMania. Now, again, who you want to believe? The Rock was originally supposed to take on Roman Reigns, supposedly. Although he takes all these videos of him working out and all this video of him eating his cheat days, he will not be in shape to head to WrestleMania, The Rock, if you believe what everybody is saying. So, again, I just don't believe KO is the one that gets the title off of Roman Reigns. I think the Elimination Chamber is coming up, and I think that's where you'll see possibly Sami Zayn, I believe, if they work this out good enough in the Elimination Chamber, if they put Roman Reigns in there against a bunch of guys and you got Sami Zayn in there, Sami Zayn could fluke end up winning and pinning Roman Reigns, and you can do your storyline from there. Cody is already the odds-on favorite to win the Royal Rumble, so he'll head in to fight for the other title. So, again, we'll see what happens. I just don't think KO has a chance of – they're building it up perfectly because you're thinking, okay, there's a chance to sell it because nobody's going to, although it's on Peacock, so you don't have to really pay for it. But I don't see it happening at the Royal Rumble.
All right, there you go. Cody's part of the Cardano ecosystem, and their stablecoin DJ is coming out. No? Okay, I'm sorry.
No,
he went wrestling. He went wrestling. I went crypto. Okay. So there you go. He doesn't think KO is going to get it done, bro. All right. So you got it in there. You got your info. By the way, Mina Protocol. I just saw it right now while Sean was talking, making me very happy. Mina Protocol was like at 43 cents on January 1st. It's at 66 cents right now. It's a hell of a rise, dude. So anybody that's into Mina Protocol. By the way, you do what you want. I'm not a financial advisor. But you can stake it on OKCoin and get 10% off. 10% there on OKCoin. So just saying. Not that you really want to keep your stuff on exchanges, but they are offering 10%. Big O, I'm with you. I might be a blind ass fan as well, but I think this coming year is a Super Bowl year. Your previous prediction was pushed back 1 year due to the coaching change. That's it. 2022 was the tune-up. No, 2021 tune-up, 2022 title. So we'll go with 2022 tune-up, 2023 title. I could go with that. It's not bad. And this year, what is the Super Bowl is in Kansas City? I forgot.
I'm starting to think you're running a bit here. I really am.
Where's the Super
Arizona
Bowl at?
this year, Vegas
No.
next year.
I'm sorry. Next year, I'm saying in 23.
Vegas.
24 season. Oh, it's Vegas. Then it's Kansas City.
Yeah, I believe something like that. Yeah, but we have gone over this like.
Yeah, I what do you want me to do, bro? I'm
going to running a bit on me now.
I'm going to show up at Hialeah Park tomorrow at 10 a.m. What do you want me to tell you? It just happens. Yeah. Okay. So Vegas, baby. Oh, you know what, Sean? We've already been twice to Vegas. We'll probably go again for the Vegas Summer League to cover the Heat, and that event was excellent. Anyways, I want to do more damage at that event this coming year, but the fact that they're going to Vegas, I think that kind of sets it up that's. The good Lord said, I know you've been suffering for a long time. Your Dolphins haven't won a championship since you were a kid. We're going to give you your next championship in Vegas because we know you love going to Vegas. So the Super Bowl will be in Vegas in 2024. And we figured we'd give you an opportunity to watch your Dolphins win the Super Bowl in Vegas, baby. Yes, Sean.
It's in Nolans after that. Nolans.
Oh, okay. Nolans is not bad.
I didn't think it was in KC because they usually don't do the Super Bowl in that cold
Oh,
weather.
wait a minute. JC is the draft is probably
Oh,
what it is.
okay, maybe, yeah, maybe.
I think it's the draft that I got it confused because they did it in Chicago this year, right? The draft? Or no, we went to Vegas last year. So it's Chicago this year coming up for the draft. I think that's how it goes, right? And then Kansas City. I don't know. Look that up also. I may be wrong on that. I'm not exactly sure now. Now I'm not sure. Now I'm getting it all confused. But I could have sworn there was something about Vegas. I mean, about Kansas City doing something like that. If I remember correctly.
All right, 2023 NFL Draft is going to be held in Kansas City.
There we go. Okay.
2024 will be in Detroit.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Detroit. Right. They already did it in Chicago. That's what it was. Now it's Detroit. That's it.
Yeah, and it looks like Green Bay's in the clubhouse for 2025. But it hasn't been announced yet. 2025 has not been announced yet. It just
only one place I want to go.
Vegas, baby.
Yeah, bro. Well,
Let's go to Vegas. You know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's go to Vegas. Vegas, baby.
That's it. It's all about Vegas. Got to go to Vegas. We love Vegas. Don't you love Vegas? I love Vegas. All right, what else do we have going? By the way, strong job by Shaquille O'Neal. Okay? Our friends in Atlanta are getting a gift from Shaquille O'Neal. All right? They had a fire over there for the Krispy Kreme that was in Atlanta. And apparently it was a historical Krispy Kreme that was there forever, kind of like the one we have at 163rd that has been there forever. So Shaquille O'Neal is making good on his promise, putting the final wheels in motion to rebuild his Krispy Kreme shop in Atlanta after its historic original burned down nearly 2 years ago. The legend shared the photos of the plans of the new and improved donut place on his social media page Tuesday, saying the famed Ponce de Leon location will be back in business once again starting this summer. I told you me and Krispy Kreme would bounce back better than ever in Atlanta and can't wait to turn on the hot light at our brand new Ponce shop this summer. And by the way, you know, I'm sure when you're in Hialeah and you cruise by 49th Street right by the mall, that they have a Krispy Kreme there, right? I'm sure when you're cruising on US 1 Federal Highway, no, US 1 it is over there in between Sunrise and Oakland Park, there's a Krispy Kreme there. Fat people know where all the donut places are. Remember, that's the power of fat people. We know food. Don't argue with us. Those are our landmarks. But wherever you are and you see that Krispy Kreme hot sign on, brother, it's like your car sees it. Like it turns to it, right? Like hot what? I'm in. I'd like some hot donuts. How many? Oh, give me 3. Only 3? Wouldn't you want 2 dozen? I love when they do that to me. I'm like, are you kidding me, bro? My fat ass is already taking, chances that I'm having 1 or 2. You want to give me 2 boxes? Well, you buy 1, and then the second one is 50% off. What the hell am I going to do with 24 donuts? You know what I'm saying? Oh, my God. Look at this. There's an oligarch calling me right now. It says Russia. It might be the oligarch that is paying for George Santos's campaign. By the way, they just reported that Obama and Clinton have no classified documents. Now that they found Pence with documents, it's like, what is going on? Who's in charge of the documents? Fire that person, please. Fire those people. It's like, you're afraid of your boss, so you can't correct your boss when he or she says something stupid. You can't correct your boss if they do something wrong, Or if they do something they're not supposed to do, you don't correct your boss because it's your boss. So what is it? Like, are they walking out with classified papers and kind of looking, and the guy's looking at, and then the other guy looks at him and says, why didn't you tell? Because it's the president. What am I going to do? Tell him it's the vice president. What am I going to do? Tell him that to put it back? They'll fire me. I don't know what the hell's going on, but I know I have some classified documents here they found yesterday. The FBI came by because Biden visited our house. Pence also came by, and, they were just kind of reading some stuff, and they just left it there in the toilet. They thought maybe it was good reading material for me when I was at the toilet. Ray Sosa says, I remember when Krispy Kreme was giving out free donuts to people who got the vaccine shot. There you go. Strong. They used to give you, didn't they used to give you a donut if you brought in A's, right? That they used to do that, or was that velvet cream? Putin wanted to speak to you, big. I know. But I've been trying to tell this Putin guy to leave me alone, dude. You got to stop, man. Leave me alone. We're sending tanks now. I'm going to take your ass out. Let's see. Has anyone spoken to you about your extended car warranty? Yeah, but not that Russia one, right? It can't be that one, right, Pat? Like, I never answer those. They come from, like, Egypt, and you're like, brother, the only thing I know is Egypt is the place to be. Egypt. I mean, that's it. I could go back to freestyle in the 80s. That's how I know Egypt, not, anyone in Egypt. Loves his donuts. Sent me to Dandy's Donuts and Mojo's for an on-air comparison when I was an intern at 560. Yes, sir, Chad. Yes, sir. That is a weakness of mine, bro. Donuts. Ask Sean. When we go on the road, I try to find donut stores, like, mom and pop ones, to kind of see and taste and try different donuts. Yeah, it's a huge weakness of mine. Enormous weakness. Yesterday, William Quigley, Cutter's Edge Pro, we got donuts and muffins, and it's like, when I was done, I had to have a donut. Big O, ever go to Mario the Baker? Yes, I've only gone to one Mario the Baker, and it's the one in Old Dixie Highway, right off of in North Miami, right off of 135th, I think. You make a left on 135th in Old Dixie, and it's just before the Ash Music, I think, that is now closed. So yes, that's the one that I would go to. I want to say it's right around there, if I'm correct. 135th and Old Dixie, and you make a left, and it's a couple blocks down on the right side. And I believe that's the original, if I'm correct, right? All the other Mario the Bakers are the extended family, right? They're the franchise. I believe the original is the one in North Miami, correct? I think. I don't know. You guys tell me. But yeah, I love Mario the Baker. I have no problem going to Mario the Baker. That one. Okay. I don't know how all the other ones are, if they're the same quality. I'd be lying. Seriously, I'm not joking. I think there's a Mario the Baker in Doral, I believe. Look it up for me, Sean. Mario the Baker, Doral. See if it's still open. And I know, and I saw it, and I told my wife I'm still driving to North Miami, and I live in West Kendall, so that one is a lot closer to me. But yet I still go to the one in North Miami. Love that one. Always go to that one. They said Clinton's documents were too stained to be legible. Well, you can see where that would be the case.
Permanently closed.
Oh, really? It's closed. See, I don't know if they maintain the quality of the original. That's why I always go to the original. That's the thing. Dolphin hat looks really good on you, Big O. You wear it well. Thank you. Thank you, Dante. You can wear it well too, bro. Go to Caneswear, caneswear.com. They have this one, and they have a whole bunch of other ones with the old logo. And I fell in love with this hat when I saw it yesterday. And I said, I know what I'm wearing tomorrow on the show, man. This is a beautiful hat. And I saw the hat, the logo, and I'm like, this is perfection. This is the greatest logo on the planet. Right here. This combination cannot be beaten. There's nothing better than this combination. I saw that hat. I saw the hat and the logo, and it just brings this ginormous smile on my face. Loved it. Loved it. And I got to take care of it so it looks, nice and clean and sharp all the time, So I'm not going to wear it in somewhere where I have to sweat it up. Don't want to do that. I want to try to keep it looking pretty sharp as long as I can. John the Baker in Broward. John was his nephew. I worked a couple of John the Baker as a kid. John the Baker was the nephew of Mario the Baker? Joseito's Croquetas at East Hialeah beats everyone else. Que voila. Nothing like the original Marioneth Baker in North Miami. Been to the one on Bird and 57th, not the same. I don't know anything about. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, it's Mario the Baker. Okay, I'm reading it because it's all together. Okay, Mario the Baker. Oh, okay. So you've been to the one on. There's one on Bird and 57th. Oh, yes, you are correct. There's one on Bird and 57th. Yes, I've seen it and I've never eaten it. And that's literally 10 minutes from my house. And I still go to the one in North Miami. I don't mind driving. I'm not that guy. Driving doesn't bother me. You know what I mean? I'm listening to my music and I'm fine, dude. I have no problem driving. Holy crap. Caneswear has a Miami Dolphins vintage logo classic starter jacket. Oh, yeah. Yeah, did you see that? They have the aqua one. They have the orange one. I believe they may still have the white one. They have the classic Hurricanes jackets, too. Yeah. No, they kick ass, dude. Caneswear kicks ass. It's a dangerous place. Seriously. I told Will that yesterday. I go, be prepared. Okay, you're going to want to spend money because you're going to find so many cool items. I got to have this. I got to have that. I mean, it is sick, the amount of items they have in that store. That's why he's actually enlarging the store again, because Brett will open that store up, right? And it'll look, like, okay, you got a lot of stuff there. But then come back 6 months later. The man finds ways to put way more product in there, and it is just loaded. Loaded. It's awesome. Big O is a historian on old Miami. Well, that's because I'm old. I've been around. Big O, have you been to the Big Cheese? Of course, man. Yes. Gary is a good friend of mine. And actually, they've been sponsors in the past. So we need a good pizza place to be a sponsor of our show. I think Sean would enjoy himself some pizza at times here on the show. Right, Sean? What do you think? Thumbs up? There we go. See, I ain't always get a thumbs up from Sean. So, yes, I have been to the Big Cheese, and their garlic rolls are to die for. Love that place. You got to have Parlor Donuts up here. Oh, up in Daytona, that area there. Well, the next time I go, I will try Parlor Donuts. I will definitely check it out. Oh, I'm reading here where our man Matt Verderam says emergency podcast over at Arrowhead Attic. Patrick Mahomes is practicing. Miko Hardiman is practicing. So there you go. Matt Verderam posting a new podcast there. Big Cheese should sponsor you. Yes, definitely. Big Cheese would be perfect. Gary and company would be awesome to have here on the show. All right, we are out of here. We thank all of you out there, as always, for keeping it locked here on the program. We thank Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. We thank Matt Verderam and Alan Poupart. Of course, we thank the man, the myth, the legend that is Sean Stanley, the executive producer of this show. He manages everything on this show, the entire platform, and we appreciate it. We will see you all tomorrow live from Hialeah Park. Same place, same bat channel. Have a great one.
This is the Big O Show. This is the